What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to episode 46 of the Silver and Gold. I'm Josh.
And I'm Mike.
And today we've got a very fun show planned for you guys. It's been roughly a month since our last episode, and, we apologize to keep you guys waiting, but we promise that we're worth the wait. So our first topic that we're going to dive into is going to be Seymour joins Brady. So, Mike, why don't you tell me who's Seymour? And I think we all have a pretty good idea on who Tom Brady is.
Yes, Richard Seymour, former Raiders defensive tackle. We had a topic about him probably 2+ months ago. Actually, dude, time has flown by.
Yeah.
We talked about him probably back in January because that was back when they were in the hiring process for the GM and head coach, and they brought along Richard Seymour, the Raiders brass, to be part of the Raiders committee for the hiring process. And I found that very peculiar in the sense that, man, this guy has not spent any time in like the front office. I know he has his own personal business, like he is a businessman in his own right. So I found that interesting. And then now, well, let's see. On July 9th, which would be a little over half a month ago, Pro Football Talk posted this article, and it says, source, Richard Seymour joins forces with Tom Brady to secure Raiders ownership stake. And I'm just going to read it, just the first 3 paragraphs. Future Hall of Famer Tom Brady apparently won't be the only former Patriot to acquire a piece of the Las Vegas Raiders. A current Hall of Famer and a Patriots player who finished his career with the Raiders is on the brink of becoming an owner of the team too. Per source with knowledge of the situation, Hall of Fame defensive lineman Richard Seymour is close to finalizing a deal to become an owner and limited partner of the Raiders. If/when it becomes official, the arrangement will be the culmination of an effort that dates back to 2020, with owner Mark Davis continuing his father's commitment to equality. It was Al Davis who was ahead of his and the league's time when it comes to diversity, from hiring Tom Flores and Art Shell to coach the team to making Amy Trask the team's president. It's Mark Davis who initiated the effort to involve Seymour in ownership. Seymour, we're told, will join forces with Brady. Together and with their own partners, they would own 10.4% of the team. The combination of Seymour and Brady is expected to resolve most of the concerns about Brady's bid. Among other things, Mark Davis originally proposed giving Brady a steep discount over market value. That didn't fly with other owners. The combined Seymour and Brady bid would ideally be presented to ownership in October. 24 votes are required by rule to approve the transaction. So, all that being said, we had a lot of questions way back when we started this podcast over a year ago, or just under a year ago, about Brady and all this talk about purchasing a stake in the Raiders. Well, now Richard Seymour joining along with him is a huge hurdle in getting that to get done, which is very interesting.
I mean, I just find it like we've talked about Brady and like the idea of him owning the Raiders for practically a year now. But Brady owning the Raiders, doesn't it date back to 2001?
Dates back to a fateful game. Well, that doesn't make the Raiders. It doesn't make it really special because he owns probably about 95% of teams. I think there's a picture somewhere. I don't know what site, but it shows like his individual record versus each team, the worst he's had, I want to say, is 500. The worst. And it's like against one or two teams. Everybody else he has a winning record against. It's like, man, that's why he's the GOAT.
One thing I will say though is all those, losses and whatnot, like those will like dissipate if Brady comes in, instills some sort of winning formula with the Raiders, and then they win a Super Bowl. All the hostility back from like the early 2000s and like, throughout his career, I think Raider fans are willing to put that aside if Brady delivers. But obviously, not just Brady, he'll be a system owner.
Yeah, I know that there is definitely a large quantity of Raider fans that just refuse. Like, no, Brady can't be a part of this. And I'm over here like, I feel like everything he touches turns to gold. I wouldn't say no to him. And I feel like there's a big reason why Mark Davis wants this to happen so badly. The fact that he's willing to sell a stake at a steep discount tells me he wants Brady to be a part of this bad. And I know Mark Davis has history with Brady in co-owning the Las Vegas Aces WNBA team. And the first year that Brady came on, they won the WNBA championship.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, everything he touches seems to turn to gold. I'd say the one interesting aspect to this is that, and it might be in that article, I just didn't get to it, but is that this season is when Tom Brady begins his journey as an NFL Fox analyst.
Yeah, play-by-play announcer, right?
Yeah. And, the thing that we, the fans and viewers, don't really see very often is every week teams have like very in-depth meetings with these, these announcers, columnists, play-by-play, whatever you want to call them, right? From the different studios. So Brady's going to be going to different teams and talking about, hey, what's the game plan here? What are you thinking on this? Blah, blah, blah. And like asking them questions to prep for the game, So he's going to have inside info on teams. Like that would be the fear, right? Of like, well, this dude part owns the Raiders and he's allowed to talk to every team and like get inside info on like their game plans weekly.
Yeah.
That doesn't, that seems a little odd. So I wonder if that has to get worked out. But at the end of the day, I hope it happens. And I'd say my last thing on this is the wording of not only is Richard Seymour going to be a part owner, but also a partner of the Raiders. I found that to be an interesting little, like probably not by mistake wording. I wonder what partner means.
Well, no, it's like it's business talk. So like if you own like a portion of the company, you're one of the partners, of the ownership group. So
there you go.
Yeah. But in terms of like what's better for football, I feel like if it came down to between Brady becoming a color commentator or, play-by-play announcer, whatever he's going to be, Fox analyst, during the games, or if he's going to be an owner of the Raiders, I think clearly my vote would be for him to do the announcing because, sometimes football announcing can get, kind of bad. Like that. There are only a couple like, football commentator crews that I think are like, who I'd say are very good at what they do. And, everybody always speaks so highly of John Madden and like what he was able to do for the game of football after he retired as a head coach and like, him breaking down, plays and, him giving his take on the game play by play. Like I was too young to like really be able to, appreciate that. But if we can get our own version and if Tom Brady transcends what he did as a player and is like, the second coming of John Madden in terms of like giving back to the game, I think that would be great for football.
Yeah, I think my opinion has always been my dream, color analyst, whatever you want to call them, play-by-play announcers duo would be Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. I
Yeah.
think I don't care if it is the 1-10 Jaguars versus the 0-12 Carolina Panthers. If they are commentating it, I will nerd out and watch them and just listen to them. Like I feel like they'd be a great tandem, and like the history and the little rivalry, and they I feel like they're both pretty well comedic, especially Peyton
Hmm.
Manning. Like I feel like they could have that fun sort of comedic energy that even a John Madden had back in the day.
Why not like a rock, paper, scissors sort of like trio, and you bring in Eli Manning, and then it's
Yeah.
like, that way it's like a balance of the force. You get you know, Brady obviously lost 2 Super Bowls to Eli Manning. Peyton Manning can always, kick his little brother's ass, and then Brady, like, historically had dominance over Peyton in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, but not Eli.
Not
I
Eli.
could I could see it now of like, and bear in mind, obviously the Mannings have their own thing with the ESPN2 channel and the Manning
Mhm.
cast, and that's great, And I think they just recently signed a new deal with that, so I don't think this dream is happening, at least not anytime soon. But just in this scenario, I could see it being Manning, Peyton, and Tom in the booth, and then all right, let's take it down to the field. And usually it's like, what's her name?
Aaron Andrews
Aaron
or Pam
Andrews. Let's take
Oliver.
it down. Yeah, let's take it down to a field to Eli Manning, and it's just Eli in like a big coat and like the snow in a snow game, just like, yeah. So blah blah blah. This player just like, thanks for letting me be here, guys.
Yeah. No, and
I
he's
could just
like
see it.
he's like, normally I would be cold on this field, but luckily these rings keep me warm. Right?
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
Tom?
exactly. He would give Tom shit. Peyton would give him shit. It'd be like a triangle of just everybody giving each other. It would be great. It'd be
Yeah.
so good.
He'd be
Yeah.
like, now Eli, you gotta be nice now. Like with
Yeah.
his I can't do a Peyton Manning impersonation. I try to do I think I maybe did okay with Eli just a second ago, but yeah, moving on. Are we ready to go to, move on to talk about what's currently going on with the Raiders?
I think we are. I did think of one thing as the video was playing, and I was just thinking like, man, it's been so long. There was one set of like just super hardcore rumors when receivers dropped. This is kind of off topic,
Mm,
but about Devonte Adams, and there's an
Jimmy
episode or
Garoppolo.
two, yeah, where he's complaining essentially about Jimmy Garoppolo and like, I got to get the fuck out of here because I'm gonna get killed, and a lot of people, I think, in the media took it the wrong way of like, he wants to be traded. Oh, and then all these Jets fans are just like, Aaron Rodgers, he's coming to he's. I was like, everybody, chill out. He's talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not that hard, you know? And like, if you actually pay attention to Devontae, and the only reason I wanted to talk about this, I was like looking over tweets and stuff and revolving around our show. And Devontae Adams' agent even went out of his way to announce or publish, whatever you want to call it, that there have been no trade talks. There's been no trade demand, nothing.
Mm.
Like the rumors and the speculation got so loud that even his agent was like, "Yeah, let's just shut this down," you know, because everybody on like in a 2 to 3 day span of receivers dropping, everybody was just like, "Oh, Devontae's available." It's like, no, not really, you know.
But
So I
also that
just
was last season's material. And then, all
yes,
right, I don't know why people are so surprised by that. Like, how the hell did they think Devontae was going to react? I was over here when we first started our podcast, and I was talking about the only thing Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be able to do is just like reinstill a new vibe into the locker room and like, maybe win close games. And, you know, to Jimmy's credit, I don't think he had a losing record with the Raiders, but he just didn't. All right, I said
he was
this
throwing
from the
hospital
beginning.
balls.
His play style and Devontae's play style were never going to match up. Jimmy
Yeah,
Garoppolo is a short, pass, like, an easy offense. the offense has to be easy for him. He can't go deep. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I was very intrigued because, like, Kyle Shanahan made the job very easy for Jimmy, and especially having Christian McCaffrey at the end made it easy for Jimmy. But, a lot were like screens, 5-yard passes, like, slants. And then he went to the Josh McDaniels Raiders, and I was like, all right, we're finally getting to get to see what Jimmy Garoppolo can do, dropping back, passing, and like actually reading the field. And then, Devontae Adams found out real quick Jimmy with G was garbage. And no, I mean, it wasn't so much that Jimmy was just bad. It's just like two completely different style players. Like you need, and we had a topic on this. We had a topic about which receivers were better for Jimmy Garoppolo. Do you remember? And I was arguing that the Niners receivers with Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, and McCaffrey was a better supporting cast for Jimmy Garoppolo than I think at the time might have been Darren Waller. Was Darren Waller? No, he wasn't on the team.
Well,
no, he was not on the team because he was a Giant last year.
He was a Giant last year, but he was traded by McDaniels. So
yeah, but we started the podcast last year after the draft.
Season. Yeah.
So Waller started that offseason on the Giants, but I remember telling you, I'm like, I think that the Niner weapons fit Garoppolo better.
Yeah, and my opinion was, well, between Devontae, Jacoby Myers, and Renfro, you have like expert. What's up, Anthony? You have expert.
Anthony, welcome back.
Yes. Expert route runners. And I just thought, with that short yardage game that Garoppolo's good at, these route runners would, supplement him. But between Garoppolo, I just think not being very good, and then Josh McDaniels, it clearly didn't work out. And when you pair, I think, Kyle Shanahan to those Niner weapons, you are correct in hindsight.
Mm-hmm. Mike, can we jump to this topic? Can we had a topic set in stone for the Kermit the Frog. Can we just segue into that? Because D-Mokes, I hope I pronounced that correctly. D-Mokes, thank you for checking out the channel, coming in. We did have a topic where we were going to talk about Kermit the Frog. Mike, how did you feel? Who was that player who brought that to practice? It was a rookie, right?
It was a rookie, and it has been clarified that he nor any Raider player did not bring that to practice. So I'm sending you the video right now on our Twitter for the account. But basically, yes, there's a Kermit the Frog that is dressed up like Patrick Mahomes, and it is why am I forgetting my boy's name? Yes, a fan brought the Kermit the Frog, and the players were obviously, mingling with the fans at the end. This was Trey Taylor, rookie 7th round safety out of Air Force. Yeah, I want to say Air Force.
Okay.
And yeah, let's see.
This is from Ari Meyer.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Yeah.
I don't know what he just said right there, but so okay, I'll give you my initial reaction, and then when I first saw this, and I was under the impression of like, oh, this is what Antonio Pierce is doing, because I remember I think it was under Josh McDaniels though, but I know at some point the Raiders had like, the tackling dummies, like they put like Chargers jerseys and Chiefs jerseys and Broncos jerseys on them. Like that's all fun and games. That makes sense. But like that right there is personal. Like that's excessive, And my first reaction was like, oh boy, It is day fucking 1 of training camp, and you are poking the bear right now. What are you doing? Like, I get that we kind of embarrassed them last time, and that's only enough reason alone for the Chiefs to be like, yeah, next time we see them, it's on. But now you're like, going at the guy, like the best player in the NFL, period. Okay. Like, good luck with that. I was sitting there like, oh no. Like, honestly, my assumption was like, was this like Jack Jones or one of our like funny guys on the team was just like, I think this would be a great idea to just get the guys really into like what it is to be a Raider and like who we're going up against, But like, again, my reaction was like, yeah, that's not how I do it. Oh, I don't know but in hindsight, maybe you have a reaction too before I go into my hindsight, knowing everything sort of reaction.
Oh, I have a reaction. I love the video, and I'm not just saying that because like I'm a salty Niner fan and like, I hate the Chiefs, but we've been making Kermit the Frog jokes like literally for like the past year, I'm here. I'm here. You know what I mean? But like honestly, here's what I'll say. It's like, is it bad sportsmanship? Yes. But like, does the NFL kind of need this stuff? I think so. It makes the NFL a little bit more interesting. I doubt Mahomes is like, sitting like, I'm sure he will use that as motivation for when they play against the Raiders, but I doubt like Mahomes is like, man, I'm going to sue, I'm going to sue these guys. They're harassing me. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, I'll give an example. The 49ers played the Cowboys last year, and then George Kittle lifted up his shirt and it said fuck Dallas. You know what I mean? And here's one thing I'll say. It's man, you are definitely poking the bear. And I think last year, I don't remember how I felt specifically about that, but I'm just like,
but it's a different bear. Sorry, not to cut you off. Yeah. Because the Niners in this case are like the top bear. This is like, big giant mother bear poking like adolescent bear for the Cowboys. Whereas the Raiders on day 1 of training camp doing a Kermit the Frog Muppet and like making fun of it, of the top guy of the top team, the defending champs. It's like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. And then here's one thing I'll say too. It's like they're doing this at their at their training camp, and they're opening with that. Like, it's no question that the Chiefs are the team to beat in the NFL, and like they're a division rival. But like the last time the Raiders played the Chiefs, they did beat them. They're going to play them twice this year. And in my opinion, the Raiders better win they better win the first time that they match up. You know what I mean? Because if not, this video is going to be brought back up. I mean, regardless, the video is going to be brought back up leading up to the game, after the game.
Probably.
And like shots are going to be thrown, regardless. But I think this is so good for the NFL, like in terms of just making it watchable and like drama. Like, I don't think the NFL needs to be like WWE wrestling in terms of like the theatrics, but this is like a fun, like it's like a little puppet, and like, it brings the team together. Because one thing about the NFL back then versus like the NFL now is, you watch old football or like old football tapes, the teams did not like each other. You know what I mean? Like, players wanted to hurt each other back then. And I'm not saying players should want to hurt each other now, but it's like right now when you watch a game, everybody is friends with one another.
Oh, yeah.
And so like, it's kind of hard to maintain that level of physicality. I like the slight little jabs in between here and there. It'll make that game, just the more interesting to watch. I like it.
Yeah, I do like it in the sense like this is what rivals kind of should be, Like this sort of shit is way more fun than like just two bashing rivals and then post game like everybody's just like, "Hey man, how you doing? You want to get dinner later?" Like or and shaking hands. I'd rather see them like the Niners and the Seahawks back in those days.
Yeah.
all the NFC championships and stuff. Like, they hated each other.
Yep.
Hated each other. That's how it should be. And, like, I think this past season and really Antonio Pierce's arc so far is really gearing towards, like, the Raiders and Chiefs hate each other again, But again, I'll get to my last point on this. In hindsight, knowing that this was a fan, and just from my perspective of this was just. I sent you a tweet, by the way, another tweet on the silver and gold one that you can pull up just to kind of show this.
Real quick, Demo says the homie Josh brought it, goes by Q. I'm assuming you mean that your friend brought it, and he goes by Q. That's interesting. Yeah.
Let's find out who it was. No.
Yeah. Let's find him. Let's tie him up. No, I'm just playing.
What have you done?
Anthony says, I hate Mahomes and I think the video is funny, but it's not a good video to poke the bear like that. And I think that's kind of what Mike was saying in terms of, like, Mahomes is a different animal. Like last year, George Kittle, I think George Kittle just like hurt Micah Parsons' feelings, but like they were never able to do anything about it. And they're going to play this year. So like there's still, story left to be told on that front.
Like,
but
this is literally my reaction. Like, I saw it on my phone and I laughed. Like I scoffed. I was like, oh. And then I just thought more and I was like, oh shit. Why did you do that, guys? But again, I thought that the players did that on their own, and like the coaches just allowed it. But this was a fan, and from my perspective, point being, this is a rookie who probably has not gone through very much, like, real life press, social media, like big time stardom sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just so happens to like be interacting with the fan. They're like, hey, man, look at this. Like, haha, put it on your hand. That'd be cool. He's like, oh, okay, sure. Like, what is he going to do? Say no? Probably super nice guy. Puts it on, and like the fans are like, I'm here, like making fun of Mahomes. And again, I couldn't make out what he said, but obviously the fans really liked it, whatever he did say. I don't know. But
this is a really, really good comment from Anthony right here. He says, overall, it's funny. Made me smile / laugh. But if it's Crosby doing it, okay. If it's Jack Jones, okay, that's funny. But if it's a rookie, come on, man. Your ass is carrying pads to the locker room.
Yeah, no, he's going to show up. He's going to show up to the locker room tomorrow, and everybody's just going to be sitting there like.
I'm just imagining it right now. Like, all right, you got this rookie who might not even make the team, right? And then, there's just this video of him on the internet, and, like, the fucking Chiefs are like, to the, like, ready to tee off on the starters, making the fucking job harder.
Yeah.
For the guys who are actually going to play, and he's on the sideline, like, playing with puppets.
Yeah. Jack Jones, Trevon Merrick, every single starting defender is like, hey, thanks for that. Thanks a lot. That's going to be fun when we play them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then Demox says Jack Jones talked smack about Mahomes last year, before the game. And it was the first time that Jones was playing, the Chiefs, with the Raiders.
And that was why my initial reaction to this was like, oh, this is what we're doing. Because this is what we've been doing. Under Antonio Pierce, it's like, hey, above all else, like, ill intent, physicality, pain, and just bring back that Raiders mystique and that you're not going to fuck with me mentality, and I like that. I like that. But it's the fact that it's a rookie where it's like 100% Anthony, you're carrying all the pads tomorrow, dude. Great job. Yep. Welcome to the internet. Welcome to the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
And then with this tweet here, Mahomes' personal trainer, Bobby Stroop, apparently reacted saying, we will remember, in reply to the video. So, yeah. It's day one. It's like day one of training camp. It's like, here we go, Raiders versus Chiefs. It's awesome.
But this is awesome. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
it's
it's
great.
just I love talking about it. You know what I mean? Like, what if tomorrow the freaking Chiefs bring a Raider pinata and like are beating it,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, they could go hard with it too. It could be like a video of like Kelsey or something, just like bringing up like I don't know how many rings they have, or no, that'd be for the Chargers. But like how many division titles they have since 2000 or some shit like that. I don't know.
Mhm. Yeah, Demo's talking about the guy who brought the puppet.
Oh,
Q is a really chill guy. I don't think he did it with malice to the rookie. Nobody really knew that this was going to go viral. Well, I think Q
Yeah.
definitely knew that this was going to go viral, and I think he wanted to throw the Raiders under the bus. No,
yeah.
I'm just playing, being sarcastic.
No,
Yeah, no.
honestly, again,
Shout out to Q.
Yeah, shout out to everybody involved. Really, this is great.
Yeah, no,
But,
that was a great video. Honestly,
and
legendary.
Yeah, and shout out to Demokes for coming in here and giving some more context.
Yeah.
But I think, again, having the full hindsight vision on this, I don't think anybody thought this was going to go viral. I don't think there was any malice or intent behind it. It was more just like, let's do this for fun. And somebody got a video of it, probably posted it on Facebook or whatever, and then somebody else posted it, and then it getting reposted. And all of a sudden, this person sees it, and then it's viral.
Mm.
So
yeah, and then regarding Anthony's comment right here, that's the thing about talking smack. You have to be able to back it up.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that game plays out. But I definitely, maybe I'll add the Kermit puppet to the thumbnail of, like, if we do the preview for this upcoming season, like, before they play against the Chiefs. Because I did it this last time, right? And then I even had I had Taylor Swift
special
on it, but yeah, the Christmas special. So if you guys are watching, if you guys want to like go look at our previous videos, I think it was on the video thumbnail of like previewing the Raiders specifically. So it's not going to be under the live streams; it'll be under like the videos. But there's the thumbnail, and it's got Kermit Mahomes, and I added Taylor Swift right there, but then I think Mike convinced me, let's just take her out of it because it's like, kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I think we ended up with Malcolm Kuntz along with him. I want to say Malcolm Kuntz ended up having a pretty good game in that one. So really the entire defense did. So yeah.
Yeah. So Demokes says Q was also wearing a shirt kissing the ref, but I guess that didn't go viral. Well, maybe the shirt was of Tom Brady and the ref was his son.
No, I think it's probably I think I know what picture he's talking about, where it's Mahomes and the ref kissing. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, I might be glad that didn't go viral.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm glad the rookie wasn't like, man, nice shirt, and then it's like pans to the fucking shirt.
Yeah.
It's like viral.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah.
That's hella funny. But yeah, I think we're ready to move on to the Raiders training camp injuries. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah.
All right, Mike, tell us who's on the PUP list for the Raiders.
Well, first off, we had just what felt like random, I wouldn't even call it like breaking news, but news that Michael Gallup retired minute 1 of training camp. Like, the Raiders come out of the bus and it's like, all right, let's I don't know if they had to do physicals or what, but let's figure out who's on the PUP and whatever. And it's like, okay, to answer your question, Darian Butler, linebacker, Jalen Guyton, wide receiver, formerly of the Chargers, rookie Jackson Powers Johnson, and Colton Miller were put on the PUP list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And but along with that, the Raiders also put Michael Gallup on the reserve/retired list. And dude's 28. It's like, damn. All right, well, I guess he's retiring. But
You know what happened?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dude, he spent, like he was like, all right, I was just in Dallas, and it's kind of hot over here in Texas. He's like, Vegas shouldn't be that bad. And then like he experienced like the biggest heat wave in fucking Vegas history. Like,
Yeah.
the hottest temperatures. He probably stepped outside and he's like, you know what? It's
It's
not
not
worth it.
Yeah.
Like from SpongeBob when SpongeBob goes, air is not good.
Las
the
Vegas
desert.
air is not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they had the mini camp, and he took part in the mini camp. He was catching passes from Aiden O'Connell and whatnot. And I want to say that was outdoors in Vegas. And you might be right. That was probably during like the heat wave. And but in all seriousness, I think this more likely revolves around his knee and his formerly torn ACL. And it's too bad. I was a little excited to see him out there. I didn't think he was gonna, kill teams or anything. Like I figured he'd be a typical fourth receiver, maybe 20 to 25 catches, maybe 200 yards, I don't know, and a couple of touchdowns. I wasn't expecting nothing big, but a nice little fill-in guy whenever you need somebody to come in. If Jacoby Myers or Devontae or Trey Tucker or whoever were to not be in on a certain passing play. So,
yeah, and then so with Colton, I almost said Colton McKivitz. With Colton Miller and Jackson Powers Johnson out, do you think that they're just being kind of careful with them, or do you think like maybe there's something more to it?
It sounds like they're being relatively careful with Jackson Powers Johnson. Tom Telesco had an interview, I want to say this morning. Maybe it was last night. I'm not sure when. But I saw like Tashawn Reed and Vic Tafer tweeting about it and other guys. Basically, Jackson Powers Johnson got a little bruised up, for lack of a better term, in the mini camp. And they're just kind of holding him out until he's fully healthy. But it's nothing to worry about. It kind of sounds like in the coming days, he'll be good and he'll be out there. But Colton Miller is the one that I've heard people sort of questioning more, even dating back to like right as minicamp started, of like, man, like Colton Miller's still like rehabbing or injured or whatever you want to call it, because I want to say it was a shoulder injury that he had last season. And he was out for quite a few games, but he also played through it technically. There were games where he didn't start, but he was like available to play towards the end of the season. It was really weird. So my hunch is that he was getting shot up with whatever thing they put in for painkillers, and but it was probably so but it was probably so bad that he still couldn't even start at points, and this was clearly something that was really bothering him. So, I agree. Like there are a lot of people who are like, hey man, not having your left tackle is not good, and the Niners know a thing or two about this too right now. But
yeah,
but right now with Colt Miller, the worry is not only when is he going to be back, but like, will he be 100%? And I think if they can wait until the last week of training camp, the last week of the preseason, if that's when he's healthy, 100%, that's when he should come back. But I don't want them to rush him back. And honestly, the one positive that, not the one, but one of the big positives that I see with this team, Demokes is mentioning Munford, but I'd say there are many guys. No, not too many, but there are quite a handful of guys that can slide into the left tackle spot and start games. Between Munford and, let's see here really quick.
What position does Mumford normally play?
He's slotted in as the starting right tackle. Thayer Mumford, number 77.
Yeah.
But they signed Andres Pete in free agency. And honestly, my hunch when they signed him was, this might be a move that they made specifically because they don't expect Colton Miller back immediately for the new season, and it's sort of like a camp body, for lack of a better term. Not that they won't keep him past camp, but just that you got to have somebody starting at left tackle during training camp and the preseason, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember if Cody Whitehair has ever played left tackle. Probably not. And I don't think Jordan Meredith has either. He's more of an interior guy, but yeah, I would say Thayer Munford and Andres Pete are the two guys right now that I would say are, potential fill-ins for Colton Miller. But I think at the end of the day, it doesn't sound like it's a red flag, sound the alarms. He might be out 4 weeks into the season sort of thing. At least not right now. I know he's been rehabbing and getting better dating back to December or November. So I honestly don't know if or when he had a surgery or anything like that. But, at the end of the day, I just hope he's good to go, week 1.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to get to this comment before we move on to the next topic. But Anthony says, drives me crazy seeing Darisaw getting re-signed to a massive contract when we could have drafted him, instead taking Alex Leatherwood. Shaking my damn head.
Yeah, I saw Darisaw get re-signed, and that was the first thing I thought wasn't that the guy? Wasn't that the next offensive tackle that was picked in the NFL draft when the Raiders chose Alex Leatherwood? Yep. That's the current highest paid left tackle in the NFL is the guy that the Raiders directly passed up for Alex Leatherwood.
Demokes is asking a question that I'm hoping that maybe you'd be able to answer, but who is the O-lineman who the Raiders picked up who played for the Bears last year?
You heard? Are you saying you heard he's bad? Like he is not good? It's Cody Whitehair. At least I think that's who you're talking about. But he's got history with the offensive coordinator whose name is completely passing my mind right now.
With Luke Getsy.
Luke Getsy. I wanted to say Bill Musgrave, but yes, Luke Getsy.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Whitehair's bad, but I would say in the sake of having somebody for depth, I'd say it's nice to have an ex-starter. But, if his best years are behind him, I can see that. But I don't know if he's exactly terrible. But I think that we'll find out this offseason. So,
yeah. So let's talk about the Raiders training camp battles, huh, Mike?
Yeah.
All right, let's get
I figured for this, maybe we would just get into our main, the main battles that we're kind of most intrigued by.
Yeah.
If you want, maybe you could pull up the Raiders sheets for me.
Yeah, I got you.
Sweet. Oh,
is this too small?
Maybe just scrolling a little bit. And
a little bit more.
I think that's readable.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? A little bit more.
Let us know in the comments. Let us know in the comments. But you said one more?
Just a little bit more, yeah. Perfect. Just because we are just now pulling this up, I might as well start with the Raiders, who the Raiders have signed since all these injuries, laying on the pup. And, of course, Michael Gallup retiring. So first off, if a player's put on the pup, they still count against the 90-man roster. So the three guys that you see in red here, Jalen Guyton, Colton Miller, Jackson Powers Johnson, and then going down, you would see Darian Butler at linebacker. They are still against, the current roster, like I just said. Whereas if you scroll back up, actually say David Agoha right there. He is the Pathway Program player. I forget the exact terminology for it, but he's the player from, I want to say, Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
And he does not count against the 90-man roster. So he's technically the 91st through that Pathway Program. And then scrolling up just a little bit, not counting against the roster, scroll to right guard just a bit. Sorry.
Yeah, I got you.
would be Jacob Johanning. He was waived/injured today. Basically, I want to say through the waive/injured thing, he gets put on waivers, and if he doesn't get picked up on waivers, the Raiders can designate him back to IR, and then obviously he's out for the year. They'll have him again next offseason. But he might get picked up, and then he sits out a couple weeks for whatever team, and then maybe he gets a chance with them. We'll see.
Mhm.
Or they might just release him on an injury settlement. We'll see. But anyways, so they cut him. Michael Gallup retires. So that's 2 openings for the Raiders. So they signed Corey Luciano, who apparently was with the Niners, possibly.
No, he sounds familiar. He didn't really play much for the team, but I remember the name.
And the reason I say that is because I saw a tweet saying that he's following the offensive line coach James Craig, who was the former assistant offensive line coach with the Niners last year. And then the Raiders also signed a familiar face in Keelan Doss, wide receiver. And he was back with the Raiders back in Oakland, I want to say, on like Hard Knocks and stuff with John Gruden. So he's been hanging around in the NFL the past couple of years, and now he's back.
Hard Knocks? Wasn't that Hard Knocks in Vegas?
I want to say it was the final season in Oakland.
Huh.
I think. But it was, I want to say it, and I want to say it was either the first or second year with Gruden back.
Mm-hmm.
And also, obviously, and that was when they got Antonio Brown and stuff. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, and then just one last note, actually, at wide receiver there on the left, you have Keelan Doss, Alex Bachman, I don't know how to say that properly, and Tyreek McAllister. Notice that their numbers are 33 and 32. I have no idea who Alex Bachman is, no offense to him. But Tyreek McAllister was a guy, it was in Oakland, the Hard Knocks. Mm-hmm. Tyreek McAllister was a guy who was, I want to say, undrafted last season, maybe out of like UTSA or Illinois or something like that. And he was a running back. And he got injured like really early on, got put on IR, out for the year, obviously, and here he is back. But now he's switched positions, apparently, at least according to Raiders.com, to wide receiver. So he'll be a guy I'll be looking out for in the preseason, for sure. I want to say, from what I understand, he's really fast. So
I just wonder if that means that he's more of a gadget guy instead of like a true wide receiver.
Yeah,
I
can see that.
I could see him making the roster to be sort of a kick return specialist, And
I was just going to say I could see kick returns in his future just because of the new kickoff rules, which actually, just because that's on topic, knock on wood if you're with me, man. Just because it's on topic, I'm not going to make you put it up on the screen, but Tashawn Reed actually posted a crazy tweet. Or not crazy, but just I was like, oh, interesting, by this tweet. So Tashawn Reed tweets, the Raiders are experimenting with a few defensive players attempting kickoffs. Several teams have played around with that tactic this offseason as special teams coordinators work on finding the best way to cover kicks effectively. And obviously you and I had a topic in the past when they passed the ruling for trying out this new kickoff rule this season. And, our reaction was really like, this could be a big change for the NFL on kickoffs. And if there's more kick return touchdowns, like that can affect games entirely differently than we've been used to in the past, 10 years. And then somebody asked, having defensive players literally kick it. And Tashawn Reed replies, yes. Jack Jones, Luke Masterson, Tommy Eichenberg, and Phelan Sanford. The logic is it would give them an extra tackler if the guys can kick well enough.
What was the first couple names?
Jack Jones, Luke Masterson, Tommy Eichenberg, and Phelan Sanford, safety.
That's crazy.
I want to say I had heard something about this in a couple weeks ago. Sorry. Somebody commented, "What's Ndamukong Suh up to?" But it makes sense because essentially this new kickoff ruling really it punishes you if you don't let the team return the kick. In the sense that if you kick it in the end zone or too far forward of the end zone, like they don't. I want to say they're going to go out further now. It's like not the 25, but like the 30 or something, right?
Yeah, it's something like that. We went over it, but like
again, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. Yeah,
we
but
have yet to see it in play. Like once we get used to it, we'll know it by heart.
Yeah, once we get to the preseason, we'll get to see it, and it'll be a change, I think. But I think the point to this is like, if you have Daniel Carlson out there doing this, like, okay, he's good at aiming, or even AJ Cole, they're good at aiming kicks, right? And the whole point is like they have like a 10 to 20 max yard
window
that they have to be in. But also, if they kick it and it bounces out of the end zone, obviously that's a touchback. Boom, they're at the 30 or 35. You don't want that. So it might be better to have some just whatever dude go out there and kick it as hard as he can. Well, not as hard as he can, but kick it to about the 5. You got max defenders out there. Just get a tackle, hopefully around the 20. It'll be interesting here.
You know what scene is popping into my head right now? So the scene from The Longest Yard where they're like, Brucey, we need you to kick the ball as hard as you can, because they wanted to do an onside kick. So he was over there like actually trying to do a kickoff, and then so like, Jack Jones, come on, we need you to kick that ball to the end of the end zone, and it just like fucking they actually just want it short because like they're not as skilled with their legs as like a traditional kicker or whatever.
Yeah, I mean they'd essentially just be like, yeah, just what do you call that? I hope this is the right word.
Pooching? Yeah, like pooching it.
Thank God.
Yeah,
I was like, am I thinking of something different? And this is like a terrible word to say right now. But
there's or like squib kicking it.
Yeah. Depending on the aim, I could see squib kicking for sure. But all right, let's actually get into the Raiders training camp.
Okay, real quick. The Raiders are not going to hold any quarterbacks on the roster. They don't need to play offense. They're just going to kick return touchdown every single time.
I mean, they do have quite a few kick returners. When we were talking about McAllister, like right next to him is Tulu Griffin. He's an undrafted rookie. He's apparently a great kick returner. You got other guys at running back. I mean, Dylan Lobby. He's a return guy. Like he's going to be good. But all right. I would say the best, most efficient way to go about this, I'll just quickly go over the positions. And then at the end, we can kind of go into like, what is the biggest position battle that I'm looking at relative to what you're looking at, So let's start with quarterback. Again, I'm going to go through these hopefully really quickly. Could you please scroll to the quarterback, sir? All right. So obviously we got Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew starting or, battling for the starting job. Anthony Brown apparently has had some good passes in the past day or two. And then you got undrafted free agent Carter Bradley. I'd say no offense to him. At best, he's probably a practice squad quarterback, and that's fine. I guess I'm curious how many quarterbacks they plan on holding on this team. I would assume 3. And if so, if Anthony Brown goes out there this preseason in training camp and he, I wouldn't say lights it up, but does really well, he's probably making the team. And then moving on to running back, you got Zamir White, and then a bunch of, backups and a rookie 6th-round pick in Dylan Lobby. I have Lobby at the bottom just because he's like the most recent addition in a way. And I think the only rookie, technically, of the running backs. I could see him being as high as the number 3 running back, like practically day one. Amir Abdullah's sort of aging. I wonder if, come cut downs, maybe he's a guy that gets, knocked off in favor of a return man. Or even Sincere McCormick, who had a good preseason last year, or Britton Brown, who's really had no no time to prove himself because every offseason it feels like he gets injured. Moving on to wide receiver, obviously Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers. I'm really intrigued by Trey Tucker this season. How will he develop? What will his role be in this new offense? Now that you don't have Michael Gallup, who will step up as the fourth receiver? Christian Wilkerson, Jalen Guyton, DJ Turner is another, I think, potential return man. He's also, I want to say, a really great gunner. And on like punt team. Like not punt return, but punt defense. Like he was making many tackles. And then again, I mentioned Tulu Griffin, Tyreek McAllister. You got some guys there that they could come in and, prove that, hey, I'm worthy of being the fourth or fifth receiver. Or at the very least, I'm worthy of a spot on this team due to special teams, right? There are definitely going to be guys that make this team simply because I'm a great special teamer, Tight end. Dude, I was updating this depth chart, or not depth chart, but spreadsheet for the Raiders. I completely forgot that we signed Harrison Bryant. Like, obviously, I'm all oogling and ogling over Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer, but Harrison Bryant is a very good tight end. I don't know how much talent is kind of spread across the Raiders roster in a sense of like, hey, they have pretty solid depth too, I don't know how a third or a fourth tight end makes this roster, but if they do, that'll be interesting, right? And they definitely would have to prove something. I could see a special teams reason.
Locks. I think the top 3 are locks to make the roster.
100%. And apparently today I saw a tweet from somebody that Harrison Bryant made like a diving touchdown catch that got like the team really riled up today. So he's already showing, he's a great tight end to have. Mm-hmm. Obviously Colton Miller, Jackson Powers Johnson are injured right now. Hopefully they're both back as soon as possible. But Andres Pete, Jalen McKenzie, I might not be perfect with some of the placement here as far as Jalen McKenzie, is he a left or right tackle or even an interior guy? Corey Luciano, is he left, right guard? Ben Brown, etc. But obviously at the end of the day, offensive line depth is huge. That'll be a big thing to watch in the preseason and obviously to hear AOC. Yeah, I want to say Aiden O'Connell was the only one that threw touchdowns. I could be wrong. And he also was the only one that didn't get intercepted today.
So Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was at the Raider practice throwing passes?
Slinging it.
No. I mean, if you haven't noticed already, I'll throw in a dad pun here and there and just completely break the flow of the show. So unsubscribe and call it a night. Good night, everybody. Not playing. Go on, Mike.
Yeah. Crickets. No. I would say of the offensive line, the most interesting position battle has got to be right tackle. Excuse me. Simply because I do think Thayer Munford is the starter, but they drafted Delmore Glaze in the 3rd round, and Dalton Wagner was a guy who, until he was put on IR last year, I thought, oh, how do you cut that guy? And I think with a true NFL offseason, like I've talked about with a guy like Dylan Parham and Colton Miller in the past, with a true NFL offseason to really, grow into his frame, Dalton Wagner is a mammoth of a dude. If he has put on some real NFL muscle, I think he could be in the running to be the starting right tackle or the number 2 left tackle for all we know, right? Mm-hmm. So I think the tackles will be very interesting.
I think it got a lot more interesting now that Colton Miller is going to be out. And then, because you said that they drafted Delmore Glaze in the 3rd round. So that would, in my opinion, I think there's a real battle between Glaze and Wagner for who's going to be next up on the right tackle spot. And then what you and DeMokes were saying about, Thayer Munford can slide over to left tackle. What's going to happen if Miller isn't ready to go by the start of the season? And then, what happens when Miller comes back and Mumford has to slide back over. I guess that would work, but is it like if Delmar Glaze or Dalton Wagner are playing well, like it's probably not an easy choice, unless Mumford is just like, leaps and bounds better than one of the two guys. But
right. An interesting thing that I just thought of as you were talking, Delmar Glaze, I just confirmed it. He did play left tackle in college at Maryland. In 2020, obviously his freshman year, he played one game as a reserve. 2021, played in all 13 games with 6 starts, 4 at right tackle, 2 at left tackle. 2022, all honorable mention, all Big Ten Conference. Started all 13 games, 12 at right tackle, 1 at left tackle. So obviously favoring right tackle. But then 2023, started all 13 games at left tackle. So I could see Delmar Glaze being the backup left tackle, and I want to say Colt Miller's 28. He's got 2 years left on his contract. You never know how things will progress in 2 years. Maybe Delmar Glaze is the future at the position. That's really far-fetched and looking way far forward, but he's got history. If they want to, I could see them. I could see him as a swing tackle. That's what makes the most sense. But in a pinch, if we need a left tackle, Delmar Glaze could potentially be that guy. Do I want to put a rookie out to start at left tackle? Hell no. I'd much rather put Andres Pete out there. So in a perfect world, they have both of them on the roster, and we'll see how it goes. But
for me, it's going to be the offensive line camp battles that are going to be like the most important for the Raiders, or at least the most interesting, because you guys do have, a lot of names, but also I guess like the added interest is that you don't necessarily know who's going to be starting week 1 because of the injuries,
Yeah. I really do.
I mean,
believe
unless they come back pretty soon.
Just from the sound of it, I think Powers Johnson will be back like by the end of next week. That's what it sounded like to me, or felt like. Colt Miller, on the other hand, was like, the terminology was weeks, so like he's weeks away. I would like to think that he'll be back before the end of the preseason. I mean, a perfect world before the preseason starts, and he still gets some time to kind of build up some conditioning for playing in a real NFL game.
Yep.
And then last thing on the offense, I agree the offensive line is definitely where I'm like the most, I wouldn't call it concerned, but intrigued. But obviously, at the end of the day, the most obvious one is the starting quarterback, and who's going to win that battle. So, moving on to defense.
As of right now, so training camp is already underway, right? We're giving this with 2 days down under our belt in terms of training camp. Who has been getting the first team reps at quarterback?
I mean, they both have. It's been, from what I understand, it sounds like it's been pretty...
who's gotten first nod?
Oh,
is it
O'Connell.
AOC?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was sort of a thing that was understood going into minicamp, was like, I think Antonio Pierce, sort of in a way to just be fair, was just like, I'm just going to make it known, he's getting the first crack at it. It's kind of his job to lose because he's the incumbent, right? And Minshew's the new guy. So yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah. And I didn't notice Demoke's comment on here, at least in the sense that we haven't really acknowledged it. But I agree. I think Glaze will be. I have heard that, and I have heard that about Glaze possibly being a better at guard. If all things fail at tackle, that certainly is a possibility. And if, say, Dylan Parham doesn't re-sign with the Raiders in a year or two, hey, we have Delmar Glaze, right? At least on an optimistic sort of viewpoint. But I definitely do agree with the last one that he had of just, I think right tackle is definitely Thayer Mumford's job to lose. Yeah, I agree with Anthony here. The QB room does feel like really good vibes. I think both guys have the right mindset. And I also just think they fit this team really well. Not to say that like I think this is the perfect scenario or anything, but just Aiden O'Connell, like I listened to him in the press conference. Actually, the other day they had a press conference and it was O'Connell, Minshew, Crosby, and I think Devontae Adams. Once Crosby came on, I got a little busy and I was just like, I'll come back to it. But I listened to O'Connell and Minshew. They're like not quite polar opposites, but very different in like personality. Like Aiden O'Connell is very like, kind of strictly business, like, let's keep it going. Like I'm super serious, And Gardner Minshew is like he just stepped out of the fucking mystery machine with Scooby Doo, you know. He's funny. He is a funny guy, but he's so relaxed, and I just think for some reason he fits the Raiders, in the personality sort of sense. But also, what I was kind of saying earlier, O'Connell has this mindset of like, well, nothing is expected here. Everything is earned. And I'm not looking at this as like, I have to go out there and win the starting job. I'm just going out there and I'm going to compete. And I'm going to compete to the best of my ability. And this competition is going to make me better. And that's going to push me further, harder. I love that. Like, you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself, but just know that you're going to compete. Like, he knows what he's coming into. He knows what job is up for grabs. He's just going to compete his hardest for it. And I think Minshew is the same thing.
I hate to be, sort of a Debbie Downer, but, let's just peel it back a little bit. And I'm going to, I guess, play devil's advocate and just sort of talk about, maybe the way that I could see the season playing out. And, I get that, you were more comfortable this year going into the quarterbacking room than you were last year, because last year it was it was Jimmy Garoppolo coming off the broken foot, and then rookie Aiden O'Connell, and then Brian Hoyer, who just flat out sucked. Right? Yeah. I get that. Yeah. And then so now you're heading into the season, and you've got Aiden O'Connell, who has starter experience now. It's going to be a new offensive coordinator, so he's going to have to get, slightly adjusted to the new offense. Yep. And you've got Gardner Minshew, who is new to the Raiders, but has bounced around from teams to the, in the NFL.
Very much a veteran.
Yes, yeah. He's very much a veteran. And he's a decent player. You know what I mean? He's not bad. But could you see a scenario? Could you see a scenario this season where maybe the quarterback play does not match the talent of the rest of the team, and that's what kind of holds this Raider team back? You know what I mean? I get that there's better vibes this year than last year, but could you see maybe you drop a game here and there because just the quarterbacks are not up to par with the rest of the roster? Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you. That's my expectation.
Yeah.
This is a weird season because it's man, I feel like so much is riding on Antonio Pierce, and we have so much talent around, really surrounding the quarterback, I think the running back position could be better. I think certain positions on defense, corner, could be better, right? Maybe right tackle, or I guess maybe right guard. I don't know. It could be better. But the receivers, the tight ends, dude, the starters at each, besides right tackle. I mean, again, I like Thayer Mumford, but you could be better at tackle, right? And again, corner, I don't know who the fuck the number 2 corner is going to be on this team. But besides that, I'm confident. It's just the quarterbacks. And yeah, I just expect, I shouldn't say that I expect them to fail or anything. It's just, I expect where a star quarterback would easily win games with this team, these quarterbacks will make it harder than it needs to be. Or at least, for lack of a better term, will hold him back, And I hope that doesn't push Devontae Adams over the edge, but I would say of everything we talked about earlier with receivers on Netflix and all that, it's That's what worries me, is like where this season it's like the inconsistency and just feeling like, oh, it's last season all over again. It pushes them over the edge, you know, and it's like, I'm trying to chase a ring and clearly nothing's happening here. And then maybe next season, this is the other thing with like the take your medicine that you and I have talked about a lot. This team is built really well outside of quarterback and a couple of other positions. They're going to win 8, 9. If they're a really hardcore team, maybe 10 games. They're not getting the first pick, right? And I've already heard all the talk about like, yeah, next year's draft class for quarterbacks, not that good. So if we're coming out of this season like, man, the quarterback is the main issue here. Well, who the fuck are we going to get next season? Are you going to pay up for Dak Prescott, Tua? We're not going to get Jordan Love. He's about to get re-signed. Who else is going to be out there? I mean, maybe if Kirk Cousins fails or like gets hurt,
Brock
and
Purdy.
then the rookie Brock Purdy, no, Trey Lance, no, but I don't know who the hell they're going to get to, you know, upgrade at quarterback. I think my hope is that Aiden O'Connell progresses really well, you know, but that's definitely not my expectation, you know, just as a realistic, you know, sort of outlook. And again, as a realistic outlook, I do, for lack of a better term, expect the quarterbacks to at least at times hold back the rest of the roster, you know. But on the reverse aspect of that, sort of in a reverse devil's advocate sort of way, I can also see the remainder of the roster pulling them up, you know, and maybe, hey, we don't have to rely too hard on the quarterbacks. We can just, if you game plan well and you execute well, we can win a lot of games here with just dink and duck, you know, whatever, and nothing too fancy, you know. Defense stops the other opposing offense, which obviously isn't going to happen all the time, but if you keep it pretty low scoring and you hit that 20 to 24 point minimum that Antonio Pierce has talked about in the past, they can win games, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to expect. This is going to be a weird season. I can feel it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And then, Anthony, we are going to get to Big Trent. We're going to finish up the Raiders training camp battles right now, and then, you know, we'll talk about Big Trent. Talk a little bit about him.
So just to really quickly just fly through defense here. Defensive end, if one guy, just give me one guy that can stand out and be the backup defensive end behind Max Crosby. Maybe it is Janarius Robinson. Maybe it's Charles Snowden or one of these undrafted guys. Or Ellerson Smith, Amari Gaynor. I don't know, because I don't know who these guys are. No offense. But, you know, besides Crosby, Kuntz, and Wilson, who's going to be that fourth guy? D tackle. Pretty much the same thing. Who's going to step up? Is it Byron Young, Matthew Butler, Nesta Jade Silvera, Marquand McCall, or, you know, one of these undrafted guys? Are they going to step up and be the fourth D tackle behind Adam Butler? Because I'd say the top three guys, pretty much the guys in green, are locks to make this roster. Linebacker. I'll tell you a guy who I'm really intrigued by is Tommy Eichenberg. I want to say 5th round pick, linebacker. Do I expect to see him a lot on the starting defense? No. Not with Spillane, Diablo, and Luke Masterson ahead of him. But I could see him being a big-time special teamer. And I could see him, if he is as good as his tape says he is, as like a run-stuffing sort of, really a Robert Spillane clone, I could see him showing out in the preseason, you know, and maybe, hey, Robert Spillane, he's got 1 year left on his deal. You know, could Tommy Eichenberg be the reason why Spillane isn't re-signed? And then you also have guys like Amari Burney, who I think is a pretty decent coverage linebacker. Will he step up and, you know, further progress this offseason? And then a Darian Butler, who's currently on the PUP, but I know he's a pretty speedy linebacker from what I remember. Could he possibly prove to earn a spot on this team? And then corner, I mean, spoilers, I already kind of hinted at it, but like, I don't even know who the number 2 corner is, truly. It sounds like it's Brandon Faison, but could it be Jacorian Bennett, Sam Webb, Dickamarian, however you say his name, Dickamarian Richardson, MJ Devonshire, the 2 guys that were drafted this year? could one of those guys step up and be not only the number 2, but just a good corner, you know? Apparently today, Jacorian Bennett got a really nice diving tip drill, sort of pass deflection on Minshew, and I think Trevon Merrick picked it off. Hey, good. I want more of that. I want Jacorian Bennett was the guy last year that was getting all the hype. You know, if he could have, progressed this offseason, go in here this training camp and preseason and sort of have like a Nate Hobbs rookie year training or a preseason of just like show out and just prove like, yep, you belong here, dude. You're gonna play in games. That's what I want from Jacorian Bennett. But also, again, DeCamerion Richardson. I want to say 4th round pick. Maybe he could be the guy. Who knows? I just hope somebody steps up because I don't know if they're going to sign another guy, And then at safety, I feel like Trevon Merrick, Marcus Epps, and Isaiah Polamalu are locks to make this team. And Trey Taylor, the guy, the now infamous Kermit the Frog guy, I think he should be making this team. But hey, maybe Phelan Stanford, if he's the kicker on kickoffs, maybe he's making this team. And then who knows? Are they going to carry 5 safeties? I kind of doubt it. You never know. So,
yeah. Man, it would have been awesome if Trey Taylor was a strong safety and, his position was SS, and then, his new nickname would be Sesame Street because the freaking puppet.
For all I know, maybe he is a free or a strong safety. I could be wrong on my little, chart estimation here, but
I mean, I'm kind of halfway there. I just realized now Kermit is in the Muppets, not in Sesame Street. But there are puppets on Sesame Street, so that
yes, indeed. It still relatively works.
Mm-hmm. Demoke says that he heard Bennett was showing out.
I want to hear more of it. I want him to prove it,
Mm-hmm. Anthony likes Fasison.
Yeah, I called him Facison before. I think it's Facin. But he was with the Raiders back when Gus Bradley was the defensive coordinator. He came from the Chargers and then he went to the Colts and now he's back. And actually he was back last season. He got hurt and he was out for a while. Hobbs absolutely is the man. And I know a couple episodes ago we mentioned we had a topic of guys that need to get re-signed. Hobbs was my number 1 guy of if I'm re-signing a guy right now before training camp, it's Nate Hobbs. Give him a contract because he's proven it,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just totally lost whatever else I was talking about. I think it was Jacorian Bennett. Facin. Speaking of Nate Hobbs was on Max Crosby's podcast, and I talked about this on here, I think. But point being, Nate Hobbs said, who's the most underrated corner in the league? He name-dropped Brandon Facin. And he said, watch the film of him versus, this team, yada, yada, yada. That's a starting corner. And I was like, oh, interesting. I'm going to look out for that for sure. So, At least they have options, but a lot of these options at corner for me are guys that need to develop, and that's a little scary. Sort of in a similar way to the quarterback, of yeah, we have Aiden O'Connell, but he kind of needs to develop, and that's wishful thinking to just expect that,
Mm-hmm. Before we move on, Mike, Demokes asks a very good question. I hate to backtrack to offense. The offense is going to depend on the play caller as much as the quarterback. What do you think about Luke Getsy calling the plays?
Yeah, I think it's refreshing that we're not saying this about the defensive coordinator.
Yeah,
because all my life, Patrick Graham, and that's my dude. All my life, I've known the worst defensive coordinator in football being the Raiders defensive coordinator. But yes, and that was sort of something I was kind of thinking as I was speaking, but I just didn't feel like taking up too much time. But, when I mentioned maybe the Raiders don't have to rely too heavily on the quarterback. The rest of the team can, do their job and execute well. And maybe it's not all on the shoulders of the quarterback. It's like, hey, the run game, the defense does good, special teams, so forth, right? In that same breath is the play caller. If not Bill Musgrave, why? What's Raiders offense coordinator?
Luke Getsy.
Luke Getsy. Super white name. If Luke Getsy goes out there and he implements a great game plan, I can see it working any given week because they have the talent. It's just a matter of can he execute? Can the team execute for him in his play calling? And it's, I guess my worry there is like, yeah, this is year one of an offense. How well are they going to execute that? How diverse is the play calling going to be? Is it going to start off a little simplistic? What are we looking at here? Like I can't act like I know, I just know that, at least from what I understand, he is a very run heavy sort of guy. And I could see that working out well for Zamir White. But if we start a game with, let's say Minshew's the quarterback and he throws a fucking pick to start the game, and then, you're against the Colts or the Chargers or the Bengals or something like that, and they get up to a 14-3 lead, don't expect to run the ball north of 20 times in that game, right? Mm-hmm. Now you're going to depend on the quarterback.
Yeah, and then Demokes is talking about how Bo Hardegree was the last offensive coordinator, and he was an Adam Gase disciple. And I don't think that highly of Adam Gase, to be honest. Every time I think about him, I think about like that press conference he had when he was on the Jets, and his eyes were like just like glued wide open.
Yeah, he had bug eyes for sure going on there. Adam Gase, I want to say he came from the Chiefs, or I might be thinking of the guy that went to the Bears.
No, you're thinking. Maybe you're thinking of the guy who went to the Commanders. What was his name? He was the quarterback guy. He just did he did pretty good with Sam Howell at first. What's his name? Oh, Eric Bieniemy.
No, I'm thinking. I'll find him in a second. I searched up Adam Gase. These are the photos you get of him, which are not going to probably look good. But he's like, oh, there you go.
He looks like a sour pickle.
Making a face, and then like this one, wherever it is with the eyes.
Let me see the face. Put it back on the. He looks scared.
There it is.
Oh yeah. He looks like, oh man, he just looks like he bit into a lemon a little bit.
Yeah, or something. But okay. Let me quickly.
Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about in terms of the training camp battles before we move on?
No, that is totally it. I would say the last thing on Adam Gase, I know he, for whatever reason, is relatively close to Antonio Pierce. And that was one of the guys that I think Antonio Pierce, sought out for sort of guidance when he became head coach. So, and obviously he has head coach experience. So I'm sure, through failures, he could teach a lot, because I think failure is something to certainly learn from. So,
Anthony wants to know what we think about the cornerback 2 battle, in training camp.
Yeah, I mean, it really does sound like it sounds like it's facing currently like the day one leader would be facing, but Jacorian Bennett probably will make a case for it, and I'm really intrigued by Decamerion, however you say it, Richardson, the rookie.
And then this was a comment from earlier. It's hard to believe this was commented over an hour ago. But I'm just getting to it now. Anthony asks if either of us are going to the preseason game together, or I guess if both of us are going to the Raiders 49ers preseason game.
I want to say
And
it's in Vegas.
yeah, I think it's in Vegas. The answer right now is no, and I don't think that like we're gonna plan on it. You know, not because we don't want to, but it looks fun.
Why,
It looks
man?
extra funny / creepy because
The just super bright light.
yeah.
Jeez, dude, what is going on here? Sorry, continue.
Turn the brightness down.
Yeah.
There you,
Oh, there we
yeah,
go.
now you get the reflection, but yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
not because Mike and I don't want to go. It's just like, all right, Raiders versus Niners is always going to be super expensive, right? No matter what. And it's a preseason game, and like none of the starters are going to play. And like, I guess it would be a little bit different if the game was in Santa Clara, but it's just like the fact that we would have to travel to Las Vegas. And like, I mean, maybe we'll change our minds and we'll go. If it was regular season, I would feel more inclined to go, but I know the tickets would be even more expensive. And I don't know if Mike would want to sit next to me or,
Well, okay, during a preseason game, I'd be fine with it. Regular season, I would probably have a harder time. Although, like, it probably depends on the context. Like, that Niners and Raiders game in Vegas 2 years ago, Stidham versus Purdy.
crazy.
That was a fantastic game, and the stakes weren't too high. Like, the Niners were like, they already made the playoffs. They're fine. And then the Raiders, it was like, we're already eliminated from the playoffs, whatever. But then the game started, and it's like, I want to beat these fools. And then the game progressed as it did. And it was like, this is insane. That would have been an amazing game to go to.
Yeah, no. Literally though, if you and I went, like, the Niners score a touchdown, and I just go, right in your face.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, Stidham gets picked off at the end.
Yeah, just like double birds.
Yeah.
But freaking Anthony says the NFL won't bring the game back to the Bay Area. Mike just went recently, as recent as what? Trey Lance breaking his finger. Niners Raiders. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was a couple years ago. Not that long ago. It was like 3 years ago. And I think the way the schedule works, the Niners and the Raiders are going to come here to play the Niners in what, like a couple of years? It'll happen.
Yeah, Raiders should come to Santa Clara in 3 years, if not 2.
Because I know we just played the AFC West recently. It was the year, it was Purdy's rookie year. That was when we played the AFC West. And yeah, we had the Chargers at home. So next and then we had the Raiders away. So next it'll be flipped. Because I remember talking to Tyler about going to that game, and then like we didn't make any plans, and then like it was sort of like a last minute thing that Tyler decided to go, and I was like, well, because we didn't plan it. And I was like, well, we'll go to the game next time that they play, right? And and then he's like, that's 8 years from now. And I'm like, I'll talk to you then. It is kind of crazy. So Anthony says he bets everything that the game will always be in Vegas from here on out.
I believe that. I do believe that because of all the fights. Well, I mean, they did have it in Santa Clara when I went. So, I mean, maybe it just depends on scheduling or something. But that was my initial reaction, was like, I can see this regularly being in Vegas just because, less fighting amongst fans and whatnot. But I don't know for
Fuck
sure.
that.
I'd rather have it here. I'd rather have it here for sure.
Like,
or
all
just
right.
every other year. It should be a tradition, and every year it should swap. That's what it should be.
I'm gonna go down to Vegas, just for this. I'm going to go down to Vegas and I'm going to start the biggest freaking riot of all time. I'm going to go streaking in 49er body paint.
Excellent.
And I'm going to sucker punch somebody in the face. Raider fan in the face. And I'm going to say, screw the Raiders, and just run away. And then, like, I'll lead them into a 49er tailgate. And then, so that way, that happened in Vegas, and then we'll get the home field advantage every single time.
In the preseason.
Yeah.
That's devotion right there.
That's what I'll do. It's just what I'll do. But honestly,
With great content for the pod.
Yeah. Honestly, it's time to move on. It would be great, absolutely great content for the pod. Fassy says, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Fassy says, "Sup boys, cheers. Welcome to the channel. I don't remember if you've been here before, but if you have, welcome back. We're about to get into the 49er related topics, and then we're going to get back to, I think we have one more Raider topic, and then one kind of like both, to finish off the pod.
A little Bay Area action.
Yeah, Anthony says I would get hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably would.
A lot of people would.
But it's for the greater good. Isn't that the greatest thing that like somebody can say to like justify something stupid? It was for the greater good,
Yeah.
But let's talk about these 49ers holdouts, Mike. All right, so the Niners have holdouts and hold-ins, right?
Yep.
They've got Trent Williams, sort of surprisingly, not necessarily like a huge surprise, because like it came out months ago, like maybe 2 months ago, around the time that McCaffrey got his extension. And remember, I said it was a slippery slope of when they gave McCaffrey, his money and extended him. I said, what's going to stop somebody else from wanting the money? Why doesn't Trent Williams do the same thing? And one thing I have to say is, man, all right, Trent Williams is holding out. He's uncomfortable with the amount of guaranteed money in his contract. He's not showing up to training camp. He's got 3 years left on his contract. And he already has a Hall of Fame career and he can retire. So he does have leverage there. It's like, you know what? If you don't want to give me guaranteed money, good luck this year with no starting left tackle. Either give me my guaranteed money or I'm out. The one thing I will say is I can see that as a leverage play, but the way it comes out on the surface, in my mind, I'm just like, Trent, you should fire your agent. You signed this contract knowing, what was it, a secret that there was going to be no guaranteed money towards the back end of this deal?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of hate that shit, man. Like, I'm not even going to lie. It's like, all right, you agreed to all the guaranteed money up front and you were cool with that. And then like, you're just going to come back and like, yeah, you know what? I'm not showing up to work. I know that I agreed to that deal, but like, man, in retrospect, it was pretty stupid, huh? And then it's like, Trent Williams right now has leverage because of the incompetence of the 49ers to draft, or get a good, solid backup tackle. Like right now, the Niners are in a predicament where they have Jalen Moore behind Trent Williams. And if the 49ers have to start Jalen Moore, whoever they were going to have to start was going to be a huge drop-off from Trent Williams. But like the Niners are in a position right now where they sort of have to meet Williams's demands, or he could probably just threaten to retire and like, ride off into the sunset and just like, you know what? I'm content with my career. I'm good. Yeah. It's not like he's a young player where the Niners can be like, we'll do this, or, oh, you're not going to get your next contract. Like, yeah. I understand that it's like, if Trent Williams wants to make money, it's in his best interest to stay in the NFL and to stay playing. And honestly, he's one of the highest paid tackles as is. I had this thought, and this isn't going to happen, but what if he's like holding out and he wants the guaranteed money, and as soon as he puts the pen to the paper, and gets the guaranteed money, he's like, you know what, I'm retiring.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, that'd be crazy. I feel like at that point, that might be like conduct detrimental to the team, because I remember when the Raiders had Antonio Brown. Now, granted, Antonio Brown like legitimately did things that warranted that, conduct detrimental, but and they were able to not pay him, right? Even though he had like crazy guarantees in that contract, Antonio Brown. I do agree. It's like, dude, you agreed to this contract, when back at that time, hey, you are now the highest paid left tackle in NFL history.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I am. And then what is it? I mean, when did he sign that? A year ago? 2 years ago?
That was
Or two?
That was, hold on. Let me look at Spot Rack. Trent Williams contract. Because I want to say it was 2021 that he signed it. Like the offseason going into 2021. Because the Niners got him in 2020, and then it was almost a one and done contract.
Yeah.
And then, like the Niners were gonna lose him, and then Shanahan stepped in and was like, what the hell are we doing?
Right. Yeah.
That's how I heard that it went down. But
yeah.
But yeah, so it's a 6-year contract signed in 2021. 6 years,
Yeah.
$138 million.
Yeah. Excuse me.
I just, honestly, I take it back. I feel really bad for Trent Williams, because like his kids are probably not going to be able to afford to eat,
What is he gonna get them for Christmas? If he's not gonna get paid, no.
Yeah. He might have to settle with getting them maybe like 5 Lamborghinis each.
Yep. Oh man.
No, but like real talk, it's just like it's just a bad, like this is a bad precedent to have. Like you should not be having contract disputes with players who are still under contract for many years.
Yeah.
And I understand he's exercising his leverage, so I don't want to like come off as like incompetent. Like I fully understand why he's doing this. I just like it could not come at a worse time where like the Niners are kind of like at this stalemate with Brandon Ayuk and like his contract situation, and then the Niners also have to the Niners also have to budget for Brock Purdy. And it's like, if the Niners are going to commit to Trent Williams, I mean, this contract it's got to have some sort of like, it's got to be worded very carefully with like, when a player retires, how much they're entitled to. Like, I don't know. But like one thing I know is like, and I give credit to Brandon Ayuk. He has not signed a contract with the 49ers right now. But like, I would rather him. I mean, clearly the best option is to just have him agree to a deal and like, have them like get this out of the way. But I think it's better for a player to hold out and not rush into a contract that they don't like. Like that's probably better for them instead of like after they signed it going back and it's like, hey, actually, I didn't like the deal that we made.
Yeah.
I'm not coming until we fix that.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. That terminology. Hey, man. Pause. Okay. So on Trent Williams here, I 1000% agree on him on your understanding like he's using his leverage. And the fact, like, I think he's actually played this really well. And the fact, like, there have been rumors, mumblings of, man, Trent Williams might retire, And now here we are. He's like, I'm holding out, I want a new contract. And in the back of the Niners' heads, it can easily be, if we don't give him that contract, he could just retire. And then we have no left tackle on a Super Bowl run, that, and opposed to having the best left tackle on a Super Bowl run. That's massive, right? I don't blame him at all for using his leverage. I would say the one bit of context that we'll just probably never know is back when he signed his 6-year deal, did he want, obviously he probably wanted something bigger. Who wouldn't, right? But
was he the biggest deal at the time? He literally got slightly above the was it Bakhtiari or somebody else who had just signed like the biggest deal.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's backloaded. Obviously, I don't know the full details on the contract. But from what it sounds like, these next 3 years are not guaranteed. And I know a thing for him between his age and just his past, an injury can happen. And if that's it for him, he doesn't make another dollar. And in part, we're probably sitting here like, well, if he's not playing, he shouldn't. But also, I guess the weird thing is with these contracts is like, what's the first thing you see when Patrick Mahomes signs a contract? Okay, 7 years, 5 years, 6 years. Let's say it's 6 years. You see 6 years. What's the other thing you see? The total number, right? $500 million. Holy shit. Okay, and then maybe half of it's actually guaranteed or whatever it is, right? Like, that's probably what they're thinking is like, well, I want to maximize the amount that I get, obviously. And for being the best left tackle in football, I'm sure he probably feels like, well, I should get most of that money. That's what's been worth it. Not saying in 3 years I should get 6 years worth of money, but if my career were to end because of an injury, I better get most of that money, because I damn well earned it. But I think at the end of the day, it's not necessarily just that. It's probably more of like, if I'm going to play under this contract, I need guarantees. It's really probably that simple,
What is the cap implication of if the 49ers would make it guaranteed versus just having it be salary?
That is a great question. My assumption is that it doesn't change, but I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. I think where it would change is obviously if they gave him a raise, like say the Browns did for Amari Cooper the other day, where he has 1 year left on his deal, but like hardly any of it was guaranteed. And he was like, nah, I'm holding out. And then they were like, all right, sorry, we'll make it guaranteed. And on top of that, we'll give you a $5 million bonus in incentives. That's my question is like, how do incentives work? How does that affect the cap? Is that just coming out of the owner or like escrow or however that works? I don't know.
From my understanding, I think like they work in the incentives, like, like the maximum that a player can make, I think is worked into the cap, and then if they don't hit or reach those incentives, whatever is left over gets like rolled over to the following season.
Yep. That was my assumption too. I was talking about this to my dad yesterday. That's exactly my assumption. So that makes sense. But I think at the end of the day, this is about, for Trent Williams, if I get injured tomorrow, I might not get paid, and I think that's a problem for him. I think it's probably that simple. But I wonder if there's, in having contract talks, it's like one side thinks this, one side thinks that. Let's try to meet in the middle, right? Well, maybe for him, it was like, maybe the issue from the jump from day one 3 years ago was like, man, I really want more guarantees. Like, yeah, the big number's awesome, but like, if I only get less than half of that, that's not good, maybe his agent or just the Niners told him like, hey, it doesn't get better than this. You know, it's either you accept it or you don't. And he just accepted, you know? And then now it's like, well, now we're at the really bad point in the contract. I've earned better than this. Let's talk. You know, I could see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like for me on the surface, this is that the SpongeBob, the kid crying about his ice cream, and he goes, "I don't like pistachio." You know, well, why did you order it? Yeah, like, you know, I don't like this contract. Well, why did you sign it? You know, that's on the surface, but like, you know, what's really going on here is Trent Williams knows that the 49ers need him. And he knows if something happens, if something happens to him, he will not make all that money. And so, you know, in reality, they just have to sit down, find a number that you know works for both of them, and then he'll be back on the practice field. And then Fosse has a you know, a prediction that he should be signed by the end of Monday. I mean, we'll see. You know.
If this is all about guarantees, if this is all about guarantees and not about like a pay raise like Amari Cooper, and this doesn't, like, again, just because we don't know the full extent of how this affects the salary cap, if this doesn't affect the salary cap of like, all right, fine, let's make 80% of this contract guaranteed. Yeah, it'll happen soon because it doesn't affect the cap, you know? We'll see.
And then Fosse's, you know, providing context for us. Shanahan got in front of this yesterday. He knows that Trent will be re-signed for the right price. While you know he'll be okay with Trent missing a few practices. And like, yeah, you know, Trent Williams is a veteran. He's been doing this for like the longest time. If he's going to lose a step, I don't think it'll be to preparation. I think it'll be, you know, if he loses a step, it'll probably be to age, and he'll be able to recoup, you know, whatever practice that he's missing with just the many years of experience being at the highest level that he has.
But I will say, maybe just to kind of segue a little bit, it obviously, like you mentioned at the jump, like starting with McCaffrey, Ayuk this entire offseason, now Trent Williams. And before McCaffrey got re-signed, he was secretly holding out, from what I understand. You know, you have all these guys at the top of this roster, you know, demanding new contracts. And like we mentioned, all while you're staring Brock Purdy in the face in, you know, probably needing to re-sign him as soon as next offseason, you know, and needing to budget for that. This is a very interesting time as far as the future of the Niners goes. Because of it.
Yeah, I want to address this comment real quick. You know, Fosse says that Trent is going for the record for most consecutive Pro Bowls ever, you know, while getting another bag. Is Trent Williams eligible for that? Is my question, because he did have that one season where he held out. Right? Did he technically make the Pro Bowl that year that he held out in Washington right before he got traded to the 49ers? That would be my question.
Right.
Because I want to say the most consecutive Pro Bowls is 14 in a row. And Trent Williams currently has 11 and, you know, has been in the league since, 2013 or probably even before that. But I'm just wondering, like, does that year that he did not play hinder his ability to break this record or tying for it, right? And possibly getting a ring. That at the end of the day, that's just all I care about. I you know, and I'm sure at the end of the day, that's what Trent Williams would want to add to his resume, and probably thought he was going to add to his resume, you know, this past February.
Yeah. If he gets a ring, I think he's a bona fide Hall of Famer, and he might even be without a ring, you know?
Yeah, I think he is probably a Hall of Famer as it stands right now, just because of how dominant he is.
Yeah.
Fossey, this was his first, not his first comment, but like, technically his third, but said he's a first timer to the channel. He's down to chill and drink. Hey man, cheers. Welcome in. As you can tell, we're a 49ers and Raiders YouTube channel. We do podcasts talking about both teams. And it sounds like you're here for the correct team.
Is it legal to drink alcohol on the internet? I feel like it's probably not.
I think people do it all the time. I've seen like,
I mean, I got like a closed thing. It could be, water.
I've seen a thing where like people do these drunk streams where if people donate $100, they'll take a shot.
Oh God.
Yeah. Could you imagine?
Wow.
You have to put like some sort of limit on that because like $1,000, or like you might make $2,000, but will it cover the hospital bill when you have alcohol poisoning?
Yeah. And the new bed sheets.
Real quick, in other 49ers holdout / hold in news. Well, it's not news. It's the Brandon Ayuk situation. It's what we talked about in our last episode, which was a month ago. But it's just at the same standstill. Brandon Ayuk, respectfully, is still at the 49ers facility. Fossey says, I don't know if it's legal on streams, just don't drive. What if
100%.
What if you're streaming and driving? Does that make it okay?
No.
Henry Ruggs, we might have a YouTube career for you. Oh, I'm getting canceled. No. Let's see. Brandon Ayuk, he's showing up to the practices because I think the main reason is he wants to avoid getting the fines.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't think he's in a position to where I know the 49ers would not be able to waive those fines like, they could before. I think the NFL might have implemented a rule or something where the owners can't pay the fines, but I'm sure like if the fines don't get waived, couldn't like the owner just pay it like under the table or like add, like I don't know, just there's got to be some sort of workaround for that, right?
See, okay,
I swear Nick Bosa just got fined hella money, and I swear it all got waived.
Well, honestly,
call me crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably a way to do that, but I was literally thinking to myself today or yesterday about, I think this scenario right here of like I think it was Trent Williams. Like if I'm holding out and I know like, man, I'm going to get fined in the totality of training camp, maybe leading up to the preseason or whatever, probably till the regular season. Let's say it comes out to like almost $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would want that back. I feel like if I knew like, all right, we're getting a contract done, I'd be like, last thing, I need the total of that, the total that I'm getting fined included in this new contract. And then I will agree to the deal. That's what I would do. Like it's just an added bonus, but it's also covering what I've lost,
I feel like
I don't know.
There's got to be some sort of workaround because so many players hold out all the time and like don't show up unless like these players are just paying the fines. Like, hey, I might get fined $1 million, but like in the end, I'll make $2 million more. Or like it'll be a net profit in the end. But in terms of the situation itself and how I feel as a fan, like. I understand both sides of this where it's like the 49ers, honestly, the 49ers made a mistake in not trying to get this done sooner. They played the penny pinching game that they played in the past. And, we've seen with like the previous extensions, Fred Warner got extended late. Kittle got extended late. Bosa got extended, the week of the Steelers game last year. the wide receiver market just exploded, and Ayuk is a player who I think he deserves the money. He's worked his ass off. He consistently comes to, training camp, works his ass off, blocks his ass off. I think, Ayuk doesn't have leverage, in the situation as Fosse is saying right here. But like, I think he is deserving of a contract, whether or not it's from the 49ers. And I can also see from the 49ers perspective of they want to pay him. I just don't know if they can, especially for his price, because they have to pay Brock Purdy next year. And then they just paid Christian McCaffrey again. Well, not again, but like, they restructured his contract, extended him. And then they just paid Jennings. Jennings didn't get paid that much, in comparison to what like Ayuk is asking for. But they're already paying Debo. They're paying Kittle. They're paying Williams, and now they have the added, sort of, oh shit, we have to fit. If it's between Ayuk or Williams, the answer is Williams, and it's not even close. They drafted Pearsall. They've already got sort of a plan on if Ayuk doesn't play, and I think that's what the draft pick was to cover their bases in case this thing went south or in case that they traded, Brandon Ayuk. But I think this situation is, I think it's very interesting because it's a situation where, both teams want the same thing. It's just both want slightly more than the other, and they can't come to an agreement. And I think Ayuk has earned, he's earned a contract from the 49ers. Let me read Fosse's comment. BA has zero leverage. I addressed that. Player lose money are his options, and from what it sounds like, 49ers have every intention of making him play on his current contract. And not only that, too, they can make him play out this final season, and then they can franchise tag him, and then the following year they can franchise tag him again. So if I know Ayuk requested a trade, and we completely haven't talked about it yet, but it's such a non-factor. Debo requested a trade. Like, that's like, it's like, I guess it's like trying to move without like, I don't know, signing a lease for a new place. It's like, I'm out of here. I'm moving over there. And like, without like the actual paperwork to go with it, it's like, no, you can't move here.
You're stuck, buddy.
Yeah. Or like the kid that throws the tantrum and it's like, I'm going to run away. No, you're not.
Where?
Yeah. I'll see you today.
Yeah. No, and I think the reason why I say, I mean, a good comparison is Debo in his situation like 2 or 3 years ago. The reason why he ended up re-signing was because he probably realized this exact statement, and this exact scenario of, if I don't sign this contract, they're just going to make this play out longer. I'm going to make less money, and God forbid I get injured. Hence, he plays fucking running back half the time. He has a higher likelihood of getting injured for Debo. If I get injured at some point during that 2-year span of getting franchise tagged, I'm not making any money. So I better accept this deal while I have it. There comes a point, right? So I can't predict how this thing is going to go with Ayuk, but I guess I'll give him props for just showing up and doing what is necessary to not lose money. That's solid,
Yeah.
But I was talking to my dad about this last night, and I just think the Niners plan, if I were the Niners, but also just probably what I would expect here from a financial, like what would be the most wise thing to do. You just drafted Pearsall, and I think we'll get to Pearsall in a second, but you have Debo with this year and next year left in his contract, right? and you have Ayuk with this year, and then you can franchise him next year, right?
Yeah.
That would be the time frame. I would, if I were the Niners, I would want to keep Ayuk on the franchise tag until Debo's contract runs out. Because you have to, like we've talked about, you have to budget for Purdy. And that second year is when Purdy's going to be on the new contract. So it's not like you can have two receivers at 20 plus, almost 30, or at this point, definitely $30 million per year. You can't have two guys on that. So it's got to be one or the other. Well, the Dolphins aren't paying Tua yet, right?
True.
And they also don't have a Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, Fred Warner, Christian McCaffrey, right?
Very true.
That's the thing with this Niners team for me is they're so top heavy. They are so lucky they have Brock Purdy right now. You know?
Yep.
That's the main reason why they can afford all these guys. But that's not going to last, unfortunately, right? So you have to pick and choose. Well, who's going to stay, who's going to go? They've already chosen McCaffrey. I think it's pretty clear. Like, they value Trent Williams. He's going to stay as long as he can. He's going to stay. Did I say they? I don't know. But
no, you said he's going to stay.
Okay, cool. But if he identifies as, hey, cool. But Ayuk or Debo, Kittle, Fred Warner, probably Fred Warner will stay. Bosa, he's already locked in. He's going to stay. But I think where my question heads towards is Debo and Kittle.
Yeah. Honestly, my preference as a fan, I think, no question, I would rather have Brandon Ayuk over Debo Samuel. And I know that they're like two completely kind of different play styles. I just think that Brandon Ayuk is the type of player that can help you stretch the field and beat man-to-man coverage consistently. Whereas Debo Samuel is more of a, he will shred zone coverage. You know what I mean? If he can find the opening in the zone and then you get him in open space, there's nobody better in the NFL, in my opinion, in open space than Debo Samuel.
Yes.
Because you give him a small little opening, he could be taking it for a touchdown.
Yeah. Really, it's him and McCaffrey both right now. I'd say the best. But really, just to go back 1 second, and then I'll let you take back over, and we'll hopefully move on and stuff. Thank you.
Yeah. Mike's new name is Dude on the Right. But you know what?
Yeah,
I didn't realize
right.
I didn't realize our names do get taken off the screen when
comments.
when there's comments. But yeah, so good point, Mike. This is Mike. I'm Josh. Welcome to the Silver and Gold.
Hell yeah. I was gonna one last thing on the Debo aspect. I hope I didn't just lose it. For Ayuk and relative to Debo accepting that deal, right? As he was saying, I'm out of here. I'm making a big fuss. I want to get traded. Demands a trade. All the same things Ayuk did. I'll give you another reason why Debo accepted the trade or the deal. If he doesn't, and he allows that 2 years of franchise tagging, which at that time, let's just say it was $15 million per year. It's probably more. Maybe it was like 18. But it's still not 28, right? You can accept this deal that isn't quite top market. So fucking what? I'm sorry, right? It's the same thing as Trent Williams. It's like if he just we talked about Darisaw earlier. I'm going all over the place, but sorry. Darisaw signs this deal. The next day, Trent Williams is suddenly not showing up. I did think that was funny, but I don't think it correlates. But it was a funny.
I think he was unhappy with his contract. He was unhappy with his contract beforehand. But it is kind of funny, like, now I'm not the top guy. Oh, this new left tackle money. Oh, I want some of this new left tackle money.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, but that's not what it is, I don't think. But for saying Ayuk and Debo, when they were demanding new contracts, they probably do want the top deal. And I want to say Ayuk has come out and said that he doesn't exactly want that. Good. That's good because you shouldn't expect it, And point being here, last thing. The reason why Debo is wise for accepting the deal that he did is because instead of getting $18, $20 million per year for 2 years and then either leaving and signing a big deal or getting a big deal finally from the Niners, is that when that big deal is over, he's older. So he's less likely to get another big deal. So if Ayuk signs right now, I don't give a shit if it's a 3-year and he's like the 6th highest paid wide receiver. It's better than getting franchise tagged. Because in 2 to 3 or 4 years, you'll be 28, 29, and you could still sign another massive deal. Whereas if you wait 2 years, franchise tag, then get a 4-year deal or 3-year deal, guess what? When you're done with that, you're going to be 31. Nobody's going to pay you that high. That's why they're urgent on this right now. And that's why I think something might get done. Because they know this shit and their agents know this shit. And that's the team's leverage. You want a long-term contract, here it is.
Mm-hmm. Cheers, Fosse. Mike, you're preaching to the choir right now.
Who did I take a shot at? I'm sorry.
No, he's taking a shot.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Cheer, dude. I would too, but I really don't think it's legal.
Yeah.
On here. But maybe, I will in memoriam of this moment. So.
Mm-hmm. Demo says, just do what Al did to Marcus Allen. Wasn't Marcus Allen also complaining about his contract, and then he got benched for Bo Jackson, and Bo Jackson became one of the greatest athletes to ever play football?
Yeah, oddly, I don't fully know the story on all that, so I don't want to act like I have the exact context or whatnot. Because I've heard different things about Al Davis didn't like how Hollywood and bigger than the Raiders Marcus Allen was becoming. I have no idea, but I'm sure it had to do with contract.
Look at all the theatrics that Brandon Ayuk's kind of pulling. Our last episode title was literally, they said they don't want me,
Yeah.
And
dude,
yeah.
Sorry, Al Davis ran the Raiders like a fucking mob boss, dude. Because all I've ever heard was the guys that he was loyal to, he paid handsomely and he took care of them. Hey, your sister's got an issue? Let me help with that. That was Al Davis. But also, if you double cross me, if you don't do this right with me, I will fuck with you. And essentially, from what I understand, like you said, Bo Jackson took over at running back. Well, Marcus Allen is still on the Raiders. He still has to play, right? Enjoy playing fullback. That's what Al Davis did.
We got a comment from another new subscriber tonight. We're on fire tonight with the new subscribers. So I appreciate you guys for tuning in. This is Lecky. Lecky, welcome to the Silver and Gold. I'm Josh. This is Mike. We talk about Raiders and 49ers. Please consider following us on Twitter at silver_gold_pod. And we're working on, the TikTok. I think we wanted to have the name be the same as the Twitter, as our, I guess you call it X now. Everybody calls it Twitter.
Yeah,
our Twitter handle could not be the same as our YouTube. It's just kind of complicated. We appreciate you for subscribing here on YouTube, because this is where all our content gets posted. And then on Twitter, we just kind of maybe put little updates here or there. You can follow us also on our personals, at JCK510, at MForrester9. Let's see. You're tuning in for the Raiders. Okay. Well, I'm so sorry to hear that. No, but if you want to hear the Raiders portion, we are going to be talking about more Raiders tonight. We're going to be giving our Mount Rushmore on all-time Raider players. But if you do want to listen to what we were talking about in terms of the Raider training camp battles, feel free to rewind maybe after the show if you want to stay live right now, or, just whenever you want to. It's recorded. It's always there. But yeah, welcome to the channel.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Fosse says keeping Ayuk with a franchise tag, until Debo's contract expires sounds diabolical, but definitely something I can see happening because of Purdy's deal being due. Yeah, it's something that the 49ers can do in the worst case scenario of Brandon Ayuk just not accepting the contract. But I definitely do think Ayuk will probably just have to accept the Niners offer. at a certain point, it's going to be, this is the best that we can offer you, or we can franchise tag you, and this can get really ugly.
Yep.
This will be worse for you if, you just do the franchise tag. Because if Brandon Ayuk decides, all right, you know what? I'm going to test that franchise tag market. All right, dude, if you get hurt, you're not under a full contract. And like, if it's a significant injury, you're never going to get that big contract. So you might have to take a couple million less, but hey, I mean, you're kind of in a shitty spot. Like you have to take it. But this is honestly all the 49ers' fault. They should have got this done sooner. Ayuk even said on a podcast, was it Shannon Sharp's? I forget.
Yeah.
Where exactly it was. But Ayuk said he would have taken, 26 million, but now the price has gone up. So yesterday's price isn't today's price.
Yep.
So,
you know who else is doing that? Totally off topic, but the Dallas Cowboys are going through the same shit right now. They're just waiting and waiting and waiting, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Micah Parsons and Dak. I just saw a tweet today. It was like, Dak might be the first ever $60 million per year quarterback. I was like, oh, have fun with that.
Dumoke says, whoa, bro, take it easy. Take me out to dinner first before socials. LOL JK. Subscribed. Oh, man. Yeah. We appreciate you for subscribing. I think we're ready to move on to our next topic, right, Mike? Where we can actually talk about let's talk about the 49er training camp injuries. And we're not going to go too into depth about it, but there are 3 players for the 49ers that are on the PUP list right now. And the 3 players are Talanoa Hufanga, who suffered the ACL injury last year, Dre Greenlaw, who suffered the Achilles tear in the Super Bowl, and the surprise, I guess, PUP list player who is on the NFI list, non-football injury list, is Ricky Pearsall, the first-round pick. I guess he's dealing with a little bit of a hamstring issue. My senior year of high school, when I played, football, had like a little bit of a hamstring issue running sprints. It's one of those things where like you kind of just have to be shut down and extremely limited because hamstring injuries can just linger. And, if you push it and re-aggravate it, it's like you're starting the entire process over. So it's one of those things where you just got to heal. I don't think it's like the worst news in the world, but it's just a little disheartening that it came at it's his first training camp, right? Like it's his opportunity to cement himself and also to put the 49ers in a position to have more leverage for the Ayuk contract negotiation. Because, if Pearsall is lighting it up in camp, the 49ers maybe lose interest in extending Brandon Ayuk, and then Ricky Pearsall could be the guy who steps in, becomes the starter, and then a couple years later is getting that contract. You know what I mean? This is a very pivotal moment, I think, for Pearsall right now because he's in a crowded wide receiver room. Like I don't think a lot of people are talking about like this is his opportunity right now because Ayuk and Debo are not under contract at the same time as we're currently speaking. Once Ayuk signs that extension, it's like Pearsall's probability of getting paid big money goes down a little bit until Debo Samuel or Ayuk are off the team.
Right. Well, I think the toughest part is, one, it's a hamstring, and those can be repetitive, unfortunately. Yep. But also, there's no Ayuk right now. So he's missing a great opportunity not only to just be at training camp, but also to be getting a lot of targets.
And with the starters.
With the starters, potentially. Yeah.
Yep.
So
yeah, and then there is one more injury that I do want to talk about. I don't know if there has been any update provided by Kyle Shanahan for Isaac Guerendo, the running back, but apparently he went down yesterday with a hamstring injury himself. It looked like maybe it could have been an ankle injury, but it sounded like from Shanahan that it was a hamstring. They were going to do an MRI. I don't know the results as we currently speak of the MRI. So if that news did come out, please feel free to drop it in the comments. If not, I guess we're going to discuss it in a minute with the training camp battles of what Isaac Guerrero is going to be, fighting for this offseason in camp. Mike, we ready to move on?
Absolutely.
All right, let's talk about the 49ers training camp battles. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the spreadsheet that I've been sort of working on this entire offseason. If you've been with us and with the channel, we just had one on for the Raiders, but the main battles that are going to be taking place in training camp this year, I know if you're a 49er fan, the word quarterback battle is synonymous pretty much with the entire franchise, and especially in recent memory with like the whole Trey Lance and Sam Darnold thing last year. This year, it's slightly different. Brock Purdy's healthy. He is the for sure number one. And I guess last year the Niners were trying to tell us the entire time that Purdy was the number one, but I just had my questions about like whether or not Purdy would be 100% fine coming back from the UCL injury. But yeah, no questions this year. Purdy's the guy. The big questions in terms of quarterback is who's going to be quarterback number two. Now, there's three guys here who are going to be battling for that spot, for the second and third spot. I've heard nothing but bad things recently about Josh Dobbs' play, during training camp. So part of me kind of thinks that Brandon Allen has the upper hand, not just from the sense that he's playing better right now, but, also in the sense that he has been here for the past couple of years and knows the system. And then Tanner Mordecai, I think that, he has the surprise opportunity to actually be the backup come the season. But I mean, even Brock Purdy, as good as he was right out the gate, was the quarterback 3, and the 49ers barely decided to keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster that year. So Purdy was behind Garoppolo and Trey Lance. So we'll see. I anticipate that the 49ers are going to keep 3 quarterbacks, but so far right now it's not looking good for Josh Dobbs, but we'll see. I like Josh Dobbs as the backup because I feel more confident in him coming into a game or coming in for a couple games being able to win over Brandon Allen. But, we'll see how that plays out in camp. In terms of the running backs, Christian McCaffrey is the starter. Similar to like what I said about Brock Purdy here, there's not going to be any battle for the running back number 1 spot. Where I do think that there is going to be a battle is I think that there's going to be a big battle right now between Elijah Mitchell, Jordan Mason, and one of the rookies for that number 2 spot. Now, I feel like normally Shanahan has gone with Elijah Mitchell, and for all I know, that could be his plan. But, every year that a running back gets older, it's like you never know. Mitchell and Mason both have 1 year left on their deal. And I kind of prefer Jordan Mason as a runner personally. I think Mitchell has definitely, asserted himself as the running back number 2. Mike, can you quickly just give me a mic test real quick? One of my AirPods died. I want to find out which one.
Hello.
Okay, it's this one. I'm going to charge this one because I know in a little bit this one's going to die.
I'm going to charge it too.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. I think for sure these McCaffrey, Mitchell, and Mason are going to be locks to be on the roster. And it's just going to be a matter of whether or not Isaac Guerrero, Cody Schrader, or Patrick Taylor Jr. is going to be the 4th running back on the roster. I think they do keep at least 4. Or, they'll probably keep 4 or 5. So maybe Guerrero and Schrader both make the team. Patrick Taylor Jr. gets waived. If I had to guess, though, I would say that right now Schrader has the upper hand over Garendo because Garendo just got hurt. And I heard, from training camp reports that Schrader has looked like the more decisive running back. And one thing we know about the 49ers, it doesn't matter the draft capital that they use on you at running back. Like even Elijah Mitchell, he was drafted lower than Trey Sermon, and they just completely got rid of Trey Sermon. So the track record has been the Niners move up for a running back, they draft that running back, and then they never produce with the team. Trey Sermon, Ty Davis-Price, and now we'll see with Isaac Garendo. There might even be one more running back that I'm even thinking about, maybe Joe Williams, but that's like 2017. That's like 7 years ago. Fullback, it's Kyle Juszczyk. I mean, I could see the 49ers maybe trying to shape up Garendo to be a fullback, just because of how athletic he is, post Kyle Juszczyk. But I think Juszczyk is going to be here for 2 more years. And I don't know. I don't think it's going to be something that we'll see in the near future. But, Garendo's best feature might be that he might play as an outstanding kick returner, with the new kickoff rules, but that's yet to be seen. At wide receiver, I think, Deebo Samuel for sure is on the team. There is a lot of competition at wide receiver for the 49ers. And really, I'm looking over here at tight end. There's a lot of competition over here too. I think George Kittle is a lock. I think, Logan Thomas just got signed, and I could see where maybe Logan Thomas is just washed. But I really do think that they brought Logan Thomas in to be the tight end too, because I don't know how confident they are in Cam Latu, Braden Willis, and I heard Eric Saubert had a good day at camp today, but it might just be you never know with training camp. You could see something from the stands that maybe looks good for one particular play, and then all the other plays, it's just like the coaches see something that we're not seeing. But going back to the wide receiver, Deebo is going to make the team. Ayuk's going to make the team. Jennings is going to make the team. Pearsall is definitely going to make the team. These last 2 wide receiver spots, it's going to be a dogfight. I think, between Ronnie Bell, Jacob Cowing, Danny Gray, Tariq Owens. I don't think Tariq Owens is going to make the team personally. But Trent Taylor, Chris Conley, Tay Martin, it's going to be, I'd say the way that I have it right now, I'd say is my prediction and maybe my projection of how the depth chart is going to look going into the season and really going into camp as they battle it out. But really the battle is going to be for these final 2 wide receiver spots and possibly Pearsall's spot if his hamstring lingers on. But I think he'll be okay. And honestly, Ayuk's contract, if Ayuk just decides he's going to hold out, maybe we get 1 to 2 more names of guys making the team. But, depending on Pearsall's hamstring and Ayuk.
I guess my main thing with what I'm seeing here, would you say Ronnie Bell is a slot receiver?
Ronnie Bell?
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird. I feel like last year in the preseason, Ronnie Bell gave me sort of like Deebo vibes. But during the season, Ronnie Bell, I want to say, came in and backed up Brandon Ayuk, when Brandon Ayuk had to come off the field. Like there was do you remember that one week where Ayuk had that catch and he landed on his head and got like a stinger?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, so Ronnie Bell, I want to say, came in for Ayuk and might I guess he's sort of a versatile backup wide receiver, and that would just be more reason for him to make the team over a guy like Danny Gray, who hasn't produced anything on the Niners. Because, I mean, say what you want, Ronnie Bell was, I mean, up until like late in the season, was even returning kicks as scary and returning punts as scary as it was, like practically every single time. But I'm honestly kind of confident this is what we see going into the season. Assuming that Ayuk's contract works out.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Jake McCowing personally. I definitely see him making the roster.
Before I move on, Demo says, "How is Purdy's durability, and how confident are you on the backup?" Well, if it's Brandon Allen, not very confident. If it's Josh Dobbs, I'd say I'm confident for maybe two to 4 games. And then anything beyond that, it's like, all right, this is going to be 2020 all over again, where it's like the team, the players are very good, but it's like Super Bowl hangover sort of vibes with like quarterback who can't keep up with the rest of the team. I'd say it's Purdy or nothing for this team in terms of Super Bowl aspirations. I don't think there's a realistic chance with any of the other quarterbacks, unless Tanner Mordecai is the second coming of Brock Purdy. But even then, we didn't win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. And that's not to say that Brock Purdy didn't play well in the Super Bowl. He did. It's just any team that loses their starting quarterback, unless they're the Philadelphia Eagles a couple years ago, are just not going to win the Super Bowl. And then I guess we'll quickly answer this question because we do have a couple, Raider fans, watching as well. Off topic, but who is the Raiders quarterback 1? I think as of right now, they're giving the nod to O'Connell. My prediction, a couple episodes ago was that Minshew will be the starter by the time the season rolls around. I think Minshew's a better quarterback than O'Connell. My opinion can change though. And so will the Raiders' opinion potentially,
Yeah. I personally don't really have an opinion on who the better quarterback is. I think I'll have that opinion hopefully at the end of the preseason. My hunch is that O'Connell will be the guy. Hunch being like my gut, and it seems like, day one the lean is towards O'Connell, but it's very much a fair battle, and anything goes.
Yeah. So, Lecky's question here, not a question, but it's a very good point. It's some of these players are getting contract extended. Next thing you know, they go MIA or don't play up to it. Yes, the 49ers always have that issue. They had that issue with Eric Armstead. He had a terrific year in 2019, never lived up to it. Even before then, Armstead didn't have his best year until it was his contract year, and the 49ers thought that was justification enough to trade away DeForest Buckner and to pay Eric Armstead almost the same amount of money that they were just going to give Buckner. It was a bad choice. Another player that comes to mind when it comes to getting paid and not playing up to their standard is Deebo Samuel. Deebo got paid, and then the following year was not a very good year for him. He came to camp out of shape, and was injured for a lot of the year. And really, if we're being 100% honest, Deebo has yet to replicate what he did in that contract year, which is why I didn't like them paying him when they did. Like, I understood why they did it, but wide receivers you can replace for the most part. And it's just a matter of, like, if you're going to pay a wide receiver, I think the main question is, all right, are they one of the best at their position? Okay, yes. Did they earn the contract? I think it's a matter of that. And in Debo's situation, I don't feel like he earned like at least top like 25 million per year plus dollar. And that maybe that's just me being very critical, but I thought his rookie year was solid. I thought 2020 was not a very good year for him, and I thought 2021 was awesome. It was amazing. That was his career year, and he has not followed it up. But really, they paid him on an inconsistent track record, and they're getting inconsistent results. You see what I mean?
Yep.
So same thing, same exact thing with what I just said about Eric Armstead. Armstead had that one great year, the year that he was going to get paid. He got paid, MIA. Demoke says, getting Trent Brown flashbacks when we paid him and played like cheeks, then goes back with the Patriots and plays great. Yeah, I don't know. Trent Brown was kind of weird too, because it's like, the Niners got rid of him, and he was like, I don't remember if he was like, I don't remember how great he was. I just remember how big he was, and he was pretty athletic for a big guy. And Niners moved on, and then I don't know. It's been a roller coaster for him. So he's probably another one of those players. And the 49ers just at that time did not make the Eric Armstead mistake, didn't make the Debo mistake. Let's get back to this this depth chart though. So I have Dominic Puny at left tackle because that's where I put it months ago. But my understanding is that Puny is taking reps at right guard, or has been taking reps at right guard. So just sort of bear with me here. I'll try and fix it when I get a chance. I probably should do it right now, but I'll do it later. Trent Williams is currently not practicing, as we mentioned earlier. Jalen Moore is taking those reps, so we at least know that if Williams goes down, it's going to be Jalen Moore who steps in. Right now, Puny is battling for the right guard spot, and I think Feliciano is also taking some reps at center. Jake Brendel seems to be fighting for his starting spot, and it's kind of crazy to think, but I think it has to do with he's dealing with some sort of knee issue. And besides those spots, somehow, some way, Colton McKivitz has solidified his spot at right tackle. I don't think that, just knowing Shanahan, and I feel like I'm pretty confident the line is going to look like this. It's going to be Williams, Banks, and McKivitz in some combination of Brendel or Feliciano / Burford or Puny. And I mean, personally, I think Spencer Burford showed a lot of promise early on in his career, but I mean, it's yet to be seen if he can really grow into a starting right guard, and I've heard nothing but good things about Dominic Puny. So I would want to see more from him, especially too, since he's young, he's sort of a higher draft pick. But aside from that, the most of the battles are going to be on that like middle to right side of the offensive line and for the depth. So let's take it to the defense. We got, Bosa's going to start, Gross Matos, Floyd, and, I'm pretty confident all these edge rushers actually do make the team, except for the guys down here. These guys will probably be practice squad players. Defensive tackle, I think definitely Hargrave is going to be on the team. I haven't heard much from Malik Collins. I think, it's just going to be a battle for who gets into the rotation late on, when people sub in. The starting D line is going to be Bosa, Floyd. It's yet to be seen if Floyd is going to be the starter on non-passing downs. Like maybe they might want to platoon the starter opposite Bosa, depending on the situation. Like if the other team's going to be running a lot, Because one thing we saw last year was the Niners, just sort of gave teams the ability to rush, but the Niners were putting up points at such a high level that it wasn't even smart enough to, it wasn't a smart decision to run because you're just going to run out the clock. Yeah, so we'll see, competition for the backup defensive tackles. Linebackers, we're going to see somebody having to step up for Dre Greenlaw. So Curtis Robinson, Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, Tatum Bethune, Ezekiel Turner, and I would even throw D. Winters into that mix of maybe, potential players who are going to step up and step in for Dre Greenlaw in his absence until he comes back. And that's maybe even indefinitely, because we don't know with Achilles tears if, especially with Dre Greenlaw's being so late in the season, if he's going to come back, how he's going to come back, and what he'll look like. And then, at strong side linebacker, you've got Devondre Campbell and Jalen Graham. Campbell, I've heard, is kind of looking slow out there. So, we'll see if he gets pushed for his spot. I'd say right now he probably has the upper hand because he's a veteran, but we'll see. I think Jalen Graham has been on this roster, maybe knows the defense or has gotten a feel for the defense a little bit more. Maybe he's a little bit more comfortable in the role. It's, sometimes when you get a free agent player like Campbell, you never know how exactly they'll fit in when they're, playing for the defense. I honestly expect to see more of the same from the 49er defense in terms of philosophy. It's just going to be a new play caller, technically with Nick Sorensen, and I guess the little sprinkle of magic that Brandon Staley is going to be able to provide. And bear with me, we're almost done here. This is going to be another very competitive, this is probably one of the final competitive training camp battles. Charvarius Ward and Lenore are your starting corners. Who is going to be the third one? I think it's going to be Samuel Womack. I think not Samuel Womack, Renardo Green. Sorry. I think Renardo Green is probably, he's the second round pick. I think he's going to step up and probably take, he's either going to take Ambry Thomas's spot, or he's going to push Diamador Lenore to the nickel. And, really, I'd say the locks to make the team from the corners are going to be Charvarius Ward, Lenore, and Renardo Green. And outside of that, I'm confident that Luter might make the team. Everyone else, I think, has a shot, depending on how they play. I've heard good things about Chase Lucas. I've heard good things about Isaac Yiadom. We'll see. I think Ambry Thomas is that player. He's got 1 year left on his deal. He was drafted a couple of years ago. He's kind of an undersized corner, or at least, from when I saw him as a rookie compared to all the other corners at that time, because I saw him in person. Ambry Thomas has always been a liability on the defense. I don't want to see him starting this year. He was always a guy that, to me, seemed like he would always be in the right position, but just didn't have ball skills. And I don't know if that's something that he will ever develop. It's been 3 years now. So I don't know, but we'll see if he makes the team. He was starting this past year, so maybe there might just be a spot for him because of that starting experience. And it's the Niners will go with what they're most comfortable with, rather than gamble on the unknown. So there's always that aspect to it. And like I mentioned earlier, Hufanga is going to come back at a certain spot, I'm assuming, or at a certain point, I'm assuming. And I've heard Malik Mustafa has been playing great, through the first 2 days of training camp. So, in my opinion, I I think Hufanga definitely has a spot on the roster. I just don't know if he's going to have a starting spot, because what we could potentially see is Jair Brown starting at strong safety, and then we can see Malik Mustafa starting at free safety, and then Hufanga might have to fight for his job back. It's just a matter of when he's actually going to be able to get on the field, you know. But that's pretty much it for the training camp battles. Mike, what would you say is the one that you're most interested in seeing?
Yeah, I mean, for personal reasons, I would say corner, because I genuinely think there are some solid names that they're gonna have to cut. A guy
Yep.
like Rocky Sin. I think Isaac Yiadom makes the team, but if he doesn't, he could happily make another team's roster,
Mhm.
And then the other thing that I'm just looking at, like, I'm assuming the guys underneath the right and left end, Alex Barrett, Austin Bryant, Sam O. I'm assuming they're like reserve guys, rookie, undrafted free agents. Like, well, I was gonna say that their depth isn't very good, but actually, it's solid. Yuter Gross Matos is fine, and then I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know who Robert Beal is. Maybe he was a rookie last year. And then Drake Jackson is a guy who I felt could become something, but was injured a lot of last year, I want to say. So I think I still stand on it. Like, imagine if Leonard Floyd or, God forbid, Nick Bosa goes down. Like, the pass rush, it's a little sketchy,
Mhm.
But hey, they're just gonna have to stay healthy. So.
Yep.
But as far as battles goes, I would say corner for sure for like that second, well, mostly third corner. And then let me see the offense again. Sorry. Definitely backup quarterback. Because I mean, we saw what happened like with the Eagles NFC Championship. They need to have somebody ready to stand up in case of emergency.
Yeah.
And Dobbs did fine last year for the Vikings, but like, I don't know if you can count on that, So again, same with the pass rush. Like, hey, just stay healthy. Knock on wood,
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'd say, and I'll go kind of quick. The ones that are most interesting to me, I think the biggest one is probably corner, because I want to see like what they're gonna do, because they have so many corners. I have a pretty good idea at wide receivers, so I'm not necessarily that interested. But I'd say for me, backup quarterback, like you said, and honestly, backup running back, even though they never see the light of day or hardly ever see
yep.
the light of day. I'm just curious on like who makes it out.
Well, also like you mentioned earlier, like the Niners are historically with Shanahan don't care about draft capital. Cody Schrader, if he plays better than Garendo, he will make this team. Period.
Yep.
It's just a matter of, to me, does he also play better than Jordan Mason or Elijah Mitchell? And then the other aspect of that question would be, I think Isaac Garendo is also a very fine kick returner. So in the return game, as long as he stays healthy, I think he has a spot on this team. So then my question immediately goes to, like, could they carry 5 running backs on this team? I kind of doubt it.
I don't think they will, because
it
it's
seems
like
unnecessary.
it's kind of unnecessary for them, because they're the McCaffrey machine. They're not a committee. If they were a committee, it would make more sense. But yeah, no, I'm pretty confident that one of Garendo or Schrader. I honestly, there's a chance both of them could make the team. They could even cut ties with one of Mitchell or Mason, because they're not on contract for very much longer. But like, I sort of interpret it as, Mason and Mitchell are for sure good running backs. and you don't know what you're going to get, you probably want to keep the for sure and worry about the money later.
Yeah.
Now let's get to Mount Rushmore, Mike.
Let's do it.
Let's talk about the 49ers Mount Rushmore. Do we want to do one name each at a time, or do we want to do your Mount Rushmore first, and then I'll do my Mount Rushmore?
That is a great question. I was thinking the same thing.
Let's both do it together. Because we always do
one at a time.
you and then me.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, because more often than not, we're probably gonna have the same guys.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's just be honest. You can't have a 49ers Mount Rushmore, players or non-players, without Joe Montana. And I just want to say, this is just players, because non-players take up too many spaces.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah. You got the coaches and ex-owners. That's at least two, and then what? Oh, 2 players. Like, really?
Yeah.
So let's just go players only. Yeah.
Okay, so Joe Montana, definitely a lock.
Yeah. So okay. Well, this makes sense because there will be obvious ones for each list. So I like this. Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, Joe Montana. I'll go next. The top guy for me is Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
Yep. So no questions there. Every single 49ers Mount Rushmore, it doesn't matter players or like, just players or also executives / coaches, need to feature Joe Montana and Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
Those are for sure. I'm going to go ahead and tell me if he's on your Mount Rushmore for 49ers. Ronnie Lott.
Fuck.
You forgot about Ronnie Lott.
I forgot about Ronnie Lott. That is so tough, dude. That is... Ouch. Damn.
I mean, he is now. He is on yours now. Who
I gotta
did you have in a spot?
I gotta look at the stats here. I'm not even gonna lie. All right, really quick. Sorry. I think I'm probably gonna stay with my list and just consider Ronnie Lott my 5th, like my top honorable mention. Because I know for the Raiders, I have a lot of honorable mentions just because. But also, I think the Niners list is pretty much easier. Like maybe a little more top heavy, if that makes sense. Just kind of like the current team. Whereas the Raiders, Mount Rushmore, it's like you have a lot of options, but it's like not too many of like the GOATs. You know what I mean? It's a lot of like, those are Raiders right there. Those are all-time Raiders. Okay, so let's look at Ronnie Lott. Okay, he spent, it looks like 9 to 10 years. This dude is a perennial Hall of Famer. Jesus Christ. I mean, obviously. Oh, my God. Because I'll say one thing. This is a minor spoiler for the Raiders one. A lot of my guys, if not all of them, for the most part, spent their entire career with the Raiders. That was a big thing for me on my Mount Rushmore, was like, these guys have to be through and through Raiders. And with Ronnie Lott here, you have the Raiders, the Jets, the Kansas City Chiefs. I'll give you my next guy, and I'll decide between Ronnie Lott and my 4th guy, okay? The next guy is Steve Young.
Okay. Steve Young is my 4th.
Yeah.
Because he's the only other Super Bowl winning quarterback for the 49ers. And, he's won an MVP. And, Steve Young was the reason why the 49ers were able to move off of Joe Montana, the first guy. And, Bill Walsh, he liked both guys and, made it work. So, Steve Young, I think, is an excellent choice. So that's my 4. That's my 4.
Yeah.
I got Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Ronnie Lott, Steve Young for my 4.
Yeah, that's almost too easy. Oh, my God. Wow. It's just, it's like, well, No, that's yeah. You could literally make a like mini Mount Rushmore at their Niners Stadium. It'd be like, yep, that's who I want on it.
Yep.
My fourth, and I'm probably gonna agree with you on Ronnie Lott here, but my fourth is Frank Gore.
That's he's definitely, a really good
He's so underrated.
candidate. He's very underrated, but I
guess my
Roger
issue,
Craig is also got to be like an honorable mention. Like
that's what I was gonna say is like I don't even know like Roger Craig's stats. I know he was like kind of like one of the first big time, receiving and rushing running backs. Where I want to say he had like 1,000 yards receiving in a season or something like that. Like he was like the first to do that. And obviously he was like an all-time great. But I just think statistically what Frank Gore was able to do over his career and just to be so consistent, like he flew under the radar. I think in a way similar to say a Tim Brown in his career of like, yeah, Raider fans like love him to death, but like NFL fans, he's still in the top 10s on like all-time receiving lists, but people won't recognize that because he's not Randy Moss, Jerry Rice, or one of those top guys, And what hurt, Tim Brown and say maybe getting all pros is that he played at the exact same time as a Jerry Rice, right? That's hard.
yeah.
But anyways, so and same in the same breath, Frank Gore with Adrian Peterson and maybe early in his career like a Marshall Faulk or Sean Alexander or those type of guys. It's like, yeah, he got overshadowed, but he was the consistent guy over God knows how many years, And
he overcame so much. He overcame the injuries. He overcame, like severe dyslexia. Like, hats off to Frank Gore. Like that is not a bad candidate. I'm not going to argue, if somebody has Frank Gore on their Mount Rushmore, I'm not going to argue that he's a bad candidate. It's just like, that just like for my four, that says so much about the four that I chose. And it's not a knock on Frank Gore. It's just, it almost kind of sucks because as a Niner fan, a lot of the glory like was before my time. But I mean, it's still like a pleasure and a privilege to, be able to embrace, those old teams, even though I wasn't alive, during that era. So, but yeah, I mean, I guess other guys that could be considered for the Mount Rushmore, I already said Roger Craig. These are honorable mentions that just barely didn't make it. You said Frank Gore, Patrick Willis could be, considered for the Mount Rushmore, and Bryant Young can be considered for the Mount Rushmore. I want to say Charles Haley, but it was kind of before my time, and I know he was a badass and he won a lot of Super Bowls, but I just don't know how long he stayed with the 49ers and how long he played for the Cowboys / whoever else he played for. Like same thing with like, Deion Sanders was fantastic, but he didn't play for the Niners for very long.
Yeah. And also, how long did Terrell Owens play for the Niners? Because that'd be another guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely on the list. The beginning of his career, I want to say, was with the 49ers, and he was like, he was there up until like when Jerry left.
I'd say another worthy honorable mention is Joe Staley.
Yeah. Jesse Sapolu.
Yeah. In hindsight and thinking more on it, I am going to agree with your Mount Rushmore. I forgot Ronnie Lott. My bad.
Tom Rathman.
Your order and everything is yeah.
So I'm probably missing a lot of other guys, but those are the honorable mentions that I'm going to pick for right now. And so just to recap, I think we're both lockstep for our 4.
Yep.
Joe, Jerry, Ronnie, and Steve. Now let's move on to the Raiders Mount Rushmore, Mike. Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, let's hear yours first. I want you to go first.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and put Ken Stabler on the list.
Yep.
The Snake.
I don't know why. I had a feeling you would put him first. 3 guys on this list were easy for me.
Yep.
I'm
not saying he's the top head honcho. He's who I'm picking out of the couple that I've picked out. Hold on a second. My AirPod died. Let me reload. All right, you're good.
Cool. So the first 3 for me were exceptionally easy. The 4th guy was impossible. I'm not even gonna lie to you. While you were doing your, training camp battles for the Niners, I picked my 4th guy. Okay. Like, it was down to the wire. So many names. All of the honorable mentions were in play. My first guy is not Ken Stabler. In fact, he's not on my Mount Rushmore.
Okay.
The first guy for me, the top guy, the no questions asked, is Jim Otto.
Yep. Okay, he's also on my Mount Rushmore.
Yeah. 1-time AFL champion, 10-time All-Pro. I don't know if the All-Pro stuff is dead on here because I saw one thing where I looked on one website and it was different from another, so I was like, okay. But I know what's difficult with some of these guys is they played in the AFL and they had different terminologies for like Pro Bowl or All-Star. So I think they're just kind of culminating it all together and saying it's the same thing. So 12-time Pro Bowler. And of course we talked about this last time when unfortunately he passed away, but he was drafted in the first ever Raiders draft class in 1960, and he played his entire 15-year career with the Raiders.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Who is your second?
I'm gonna go ahead and pick Howie Long.
Very good. He is not on my list.
He's not on your list?
He was I almost did put him on. He was one of the guys at the end, as you were talking, that I was considering, but I just looked at everything and I didn't. Mm-hmm. My second guy is Gene Upshaw. Excuse me. Gene Upshaw.
Geno
left
Smith?
Guard.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Oh, and obviously I didn't mention for Jim Otto, Hall of Famer. Gene Upshaw, Hall of Famer. Also a 1-time AFL champion, 2-time Super Bowl champ, 5-time All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler, the first ever full-time offensive guard to be enshrined in the Hall of Fame, and he also played his entire 15-year career with the Raiders. And he was lined up directly next to Art Shell, who played left tackle, and the two of them were like one of the all-time greatest left sides of an offensive line, period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I also want to say, take my picks with a grain of salt because you clearly understand the Raiders more than I do. And like even when we did the Niner one, you completely overlooked Ronnie Lott. So I'm prone to overlook so many guys. With my third pick, there's a lot of players that I could have chosen.
Granted, I in a way, I agree with your pick so far. I don't think they're weird or anything. I think they're dead on. Continue.
Okay, so right now, I've got 3. Man, did I already get to? I already got to 3.
This is 3 right now.
Ken Stabler, Howie Long, and Jim Otto are my 3.
Because I mentioned Jim Otto first. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Man. Oh, man. Okay.
Oh, so you're having a hard time with 4 too.
Yeah, I'm having okay. I'm gonna pick this guy, and all right, you're gonna be kind of shocked. tell me if you think this is blasphemous. But my fourth guy I'm picking is Charles Woodson.
Mm. I'd love to put him on mine, but I can't.
And the reason why I'm putting Charles Woodson is because, he went with the Raiders, early on. He's the closest to a modern day I'd say he's the closest player to a modern day Mount Rushmore Raider. And
yes,
my alternative option would have been Lester Hayes or Bo Jackson or Marcus Allen or Willie Brown. But in terms of like what I was able to witness, I always thought Charles Woodson was very good, and I do know like it was a big deal when he came back, and they're like all the commercials were like about him, like running onto the field, hyping up Raider fans. I went to the Coliseum like 2 years ago, and like in I sat like somewhere on Mount Davis, and I took the elevator. His freaking like they still have him up there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's just John Fisher being a cheap asshole again, or still like not renovating his stadium. But I think Charles Woodson, that was just one of the names that popped in my head. So I almost picked it to kind of shock you a little bit.
No, I wouldn't say it shocks me. He was in my honorable mention. And I think the way that he came back was all time. And I think if this Mount Rushmore were like all time vibes, he'd be the number one guy. Like, I don't think there's another Raider player that had a higher grasp of the fandom, if that makes sense. Maybe it was because, the Raiders had Raider fans. Marshawn was good, but like it was the return of Charles Woodson, and it was at this time with like Derek Carr and Khalil Mack, and like things are finally looking good. But when Charles Woodson first got there, it was 2013, and actually we didn't have Carr yet, but still it was like a glimmer of hope in a time of literally 11 years at that point of absolute dog shit, and it was like, man, getting Charles Woodson back just felt right. And the way that he went about it, again, just all-time vibes.
Yeah, and then that's another reason why I chose him is not necessarily because he's one of the he's the greatest Raider of all time. Like there's a lot of great Raider players in history. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ted Hendricks played for the Raiders, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm trying. I do remember silver helmet for Ted Hendricks. So I wasn't sure. I just wanted to verify before I say something stupid, right? Yeah, I'm assuming you're just beating yourself up because you forgot him on your list.
No, he was one of the final 3 or 4 guys that I was considering. I'm sitting here looking at my fourth guy, and I'm like, it should be Ted Hendricks. It should be. God damn it! But I'll go through the honorable mentions, man.
Okay,
I like my fourth pick. I do.
So what I was saying about Charles Woodson is during my time of being alive, the Raiders have been good twice.
Yep.
They were good when they went to the Super Bowl when I was young, and then Charles Woodson came back, and then after that they were good again in 2016. Woodson was still on the team by then, right?
I think his final year was 2015. Let me confirm that right now. Yes, final year was 2015. He was a Pro Bowler in his final year, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, well, at least
he helped build that
way. Yeah,
he helped.
At least it felt that way to me. That Charles Woodson was kind of around the his tenure with the Raiders. Like once he left, the Raiders were dog shit, and then he comes back, and then the Raiders finally get another good team again. It's
No, he
And
brought
then
back
he's
us a hope.
still around the team. You know, he's still like
Oh, yes.
involved with the team. He's like in the locker room after they win. Like, you know,
Yep.
that to me is cool.
Yep. No, I like that. I don't mind at all. And I wish that I could have put a player that I specifically remember watching in my lifetime. But I do have one guy that did play in my lifetime. And that is Tim Brown as my number 3. And
can you recap your 3 right now? It's Jim Otto,
Gene Upshaw,
Gene Upshaw,
and Tim Brown. Yeah. Gene Upshaw, by the way, Gene Upshaw ended up becoming the president of what was he? Former executive director of the National Football League Players Association. So he literally led the Players Association at one point. Which is cool. But okay, Tim Brown, 9-time Pro Bowler, spent 16 seasons with the Raiders in Los Angeles and Oakland. 1,070 receptions, 14,734 yards, and 99 touchdowns receiving with the Raiders. And that's not including one season with the Buccaneers after that. So, but I mean, I don't foresee, at least not in a long time, a receiver passing up Tim Brown's statistics, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I just think like Jim Otto's nickname was Mr. Raider. I swear I've also heard Tim Brown be termed Mr. Raider. Like those are the two guys to me where it's like, well, I envision like who is the face of the Raiders all time besides Al Davis and John Madden. Jim Otto and Tim Brown are two of the guys that I immediately go to, and obviously Gene Upshaw.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this fourth guy is another option. Although I agree with Ken Stabler and Howie Long and even Charles Woodson. Did you have a fourth, or was Charles Woodson your fourth?
Charles Woodson was mine.
Okay.
No.
So my fourth was not a guy that I entirely expected to be my fourth, but I just thought between the amount of Super Bowls he won and kind of what the Raider mystique is, and or maybe not necessarily mystique, but like the thing that everybody knows about the Raiders. What do the Raiders look for in a player?
They've been convicted felon.
How fast can they drive a car? How fast can they drive a car? Can they do it drunk? No. That was in poor taste. But they do look for speed, right? Yeah. They look for speed.
Bo Jackson.
No, hell no. Like he's not even in my honorable mentions. No offense to Bo Jackson. He's great, but for his overall career, it's a no for me. You probably don't remember much of Darius Hayward-Bay, who is definitely not my fourth guy.
I was about to like say you chose him over Ted Hendricks.
Yeah. No, but my fourth guy is the all-time leading passer of the Raiders, Derek Carr. I'm just kidding again. I'm totally kidding. It's a wide receiver. And my point with Darius Hayward-Bay was that, in my opinion, Darius Hayward-Bay was like Al Davis's Far Cry for recreating Cliff Branch. 3-time Super Bowl champion. In other words, he won all 3 of the Super Bowls with the Raiders. All 3 of the Super Bowls that the Raiders have ever won, Cliff Branch was one of the main reasons why. I would say a big reason why I have Cliff Branch on here is because he was a huge reason for the success of not only Ken Stabler, but also Jim Plunkett. 3-time All-Pro, 4-time Pro Bowler, led the league in receiving yards in 1974, led the league in touchdowns in 74 and 1976, and he spent his entire 14-year career with the Raiders.
Have you seen the picture of of Joe Biden and Cliff Branch?
No. Oh, boy.
There's
Wow.
Joe Biden and Cliff Branch, bro.
Wow, I've never thought about the fact that his name is totally like a very natural thing.
Yeah,
Just a
I
Cliff Branch.
literally looked up Branch on a cliff, and then there he is, Cliff Branch.
There he is. But the other reason why I say Darius Hayward Bay was like this far cry attempt to recreate Cliff Branch is because Cliff Branch was this 4th-round receiver out of I don't even know what school, who had like pretty bad hands. Like he needed development. But the thing that you can't teach, as Al Davis would preach, is speed, right? That natural God-given ability to just run faster than everybody else. Cliff Branch had that shit. And they taught him how to catch the ball, and the rest is fucking history. And he finally became a Hall of Famer in, I think, 2022, post-mortem. Same as Ken Stabler. Those are the two guys where when I think of that, I just go, I shake my head. I scoff. I'm just like, they should have gotten that satisfaction, because, again, I agree with your pick of Ken Stabler. And for me, Cliff Branch, when I think of guys who just represent the Raiders, like the Al Davis Raiders, Cliff Branch is a top 4 guy,
I think if I was to change my list around, I kind of feel good about keeping Ken Stabler on the list.
Yeah.
I would change out Charles Woodson for sure. I'm keeping Jim Otto.
Yeah.
So let's just say I replace Charles Woodson with Cliff Branch, and then I replace Howie Long with Ted Hendricks.
Yeah, dude. So
that might be the Raiders Mount Rushmore in terms of players. Like, the Snake, Ted Hendricks, with Jim Otto, and
Cliff Branch.
Cliff Branch.
Yeah. And the top 2 honorable mentions for me, number 1 was definitely Ted Hendricks. And I thought he was going to be my 4th guy. Like, coming into this podcast, he was my 4th guy. And then I was thinking about it more, and I was like, man, but Ted Hendricks played like 4 or 5 years with other teams. And then he came to the Raiders and won 3 Super Bowls, just like Cliff Branch. Key linebacker, like, he did everything on defense at the linebacker position. Not pass protection, Jesus Christ. Pass defense, stuffing the run, pass rushing. He did it all, I think as far as talent and like if you ask me to put the top 4 best players on this list, Ted Hendricks is making it over Cliff Branch easily. No offense to Cliff Branch. Ted Hendricks is all time.
Oh, fuck, dude. Honorable mention for the Niners, Dwight Clark.
Oh, wow. Yep.
Honorable mention, Dwight Clark.
My next honorable mention for the Raiders, a guy who, while you were talking about, and again, I'm sorry for doing this during, you talking on the pod, but while you were doing your Niners training camp positional breakdowns, whatever you want to call it, I had slotted into the 4th spot, fucking Ray Guy. I was like, I'm going to do Ray Guy because I can't pick between Stabler and some other quarterback. I can't pick between Ted Hendricks and Howie Long. I can't pick between Cliff Branch and fucking Fred Biletnikoff. I'm just going to put the punter, who's like the only punter in the Hall of Fame and a perennial All-Pro, Pro Bowler. The third 3-time Super Bowl champion with the Raiders, spent his entire career with the Raiders. I was that close to saying, you know what, fuck it, punter as the 4th guy on the Mount Rushmore. Ray Guy. The greatest punter of all time. but obviously I ended up with Cliff Branch just because I think he better than any of those other guys kind of like epitomized the Raiders and Al Davis's Raiders.
Question: did Jim Plunkett win 2 Super Bowls with the Raiders or 1?
Yes, he won 2 Super Bowls with the Raiders.
As the starter for both?
Yes, sir.
You could even put him.
He would be a solid option. I think if I asked my dad, he would probably put him. And like my dad, and I'll admit, even myself, like I think if any other quarterback had 2 Super Bowl wins, it'd be like, yeah, they're a Hall of Famer, right? The problem for me is his statistics. I didn't realize how like they are until I just looked at them, a couple hours ago. Like the year that they won in 1980, I think they were the first ever wild card team to win the Super Bowl. And he had got a hair in my mouth, dude. What the hell? Shit. He had like 20 touchdowns and like 19 interceptions. And then in 83, it was like he had 22 touchdowns and 20 interceptions. It was like he had the same amount of interceptions as touchdowns. It was like, that's barely cutting it,
Yeah.
And that's no offense to him. He did what he had to do. He won 2 Super Bowls. Like, you can't take that away from him. I'm not going to take that away from him. Like, as far as looking at the Raiders history, I love Jim Plunkett. No, we shouldn't. No. But like, I know a lot of Raider fans are like, why can't Jim Plunkett get in the Hall of Fame? And I'm like, look at the stats, man. It's pretty obvious. No offense.
Jim Plunkett understands that no matter how it gets done, just championships are what matters.
Can't take it away,
I think you understand that too. No matter how it gets done, even if it means sacrificing an NFL player.
But just to finish off the honorable mentions, I mentioned Ted Hendricks, Fred Biletnikoff, Art Shell, big time, easily could have been the 4th guy, easily. Willie Brown, I would have loved to have put him, because I fucking love that guy, and I wish he didn't pass away. I wish that dude would live forever. Because there was nothing better in the draft than when the Raiders got up on the 2nd round, and this like the sweetest dude in the world walks up to the podium and tells everybody in the world that's watching, "Don't forget to wish your mom a happy Mother's Day." I was like, that is the coolest fucking thing ever. And then he announced the Derek Carr pick. I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. Lester Hayes absolutely, totally could have been a pick for me. Howie Long, Charles Woodson, Ken Stabler, Jim Plunkett, and Steve Wisniewski. And then, obviously we only did players, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Tom Flores. He was also a player, but he would be in this for being a coach of 2 Super Bowl champion teams. And then obviously Al Davis and John Madden. But we got one more Mount Rushmore to do here. We're not done.
You're missing a very important name on the Raiders Mount Rushmore.
Jerry Rice.
Jamarcus Russell. Just playing.
No, I said Derek Carr.
Yeah. Nah.
You know what,
Derek
honestly,
Carr isn't a bad choice because he leads.
He's not.
He's not a horrible choice, but like he is going to be easily surpassed by like the next great Raider quarterback.
Yeah. The difference for me between like Derek Carr and say like a Tim Brown is like Tim Brown's obviously a Hall of Famer, whereas Derek Carr isn't,
Yeah.
Like, and that's part of the reason why for me, I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can put Ken Stabler when I could put a Cliff Branch or a Ted Hendricks or even a Biletnikoff, because Ken Stabler in his time, he was arguably the best quarterback. He was an MVP, but
like compared to today's NFL, it's like it's just different. Hey, I appreciate that.
Yeah, Fossey says, "Great list, Mike." I've an interesting question for you.
Yes.
Would you forget about Derek Carr if, let's just say, Brock Purdy took over for Derek Carr? Right? You get Brock Purdy's skill set, and you get a couple winning seasons. Would you still think about Derek Carr?
I think I would never forget about him, because this is dumb. Derek Carr is like that first girlfriend for me, if that makes sense. I shouldn't say it directly like that, but like if you know what I mean, you know, or like the first love.
No,
or whatever.
it's like a it's a figure of speech. It's like you never
Yes.
forget about that first girlfriend. It's
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
people.
That's exactly what I
people
meant.
say that.
They'll take that. Yeah, but yes,
Yeah.
that's a thing, or at least that's a terminology. What are you going to call it? Like for me, I was still this kid. Okay, what does he mean?
No,
like, is that weird? Or that's not
absolutely
not,
not in terms of probably absolutely not. He wouldn't think of Derek Carr.
Oh,
Yeah, because
shit.
he's a Niner guy.
Gotcha.
Even my uncle's
gotcha.
in here like,
Yeah.
wow,
Yeah. Wow, he looks at Derek Carr like his girlfriend. That's weird.
Ooh.
No.
Oh, you know what? He absolutely would not forget about Derek Carr.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, no, exact. He brought us back from the dead, just like that in the same breath as Charles Woodson bringing back this hope. Derek Carr was that for me to a T. Until I realized, like, fuck, it's not consistent. After 2016, it just never got to that point of like continuing the upward trajectory. It was like, up and down, up and down. And there came a point where I got tired of it. But the kid inside of me that from 2009, when I started watching Raiders football, through 2014, and getting to know the history of the Jim Ottos and the Ken Stablers and the 1976, 1980, 1983, the Marcus Allens, who I totally left off my list, by the way, I forgot. But it's like I'm hearing all about this greatness and how all of the Raiders' greatness is in its past, and I have this dog shit team that I want nothing more than just to go to the playoffs. That's step one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Finally, we get a quarterback. That was the other thing I just wanted, was like, I just want a franchise quarterback. And we draft this guy. And again, I'm 2014. I'm still in my head a kid, right? And he shows promise. He shows this glimmer of hope of like, we might get out of this, We might get out of this A-okay. 2016 happens, and it's like, that dude might be an MVP. If he didn't get hurt, God only knows what happens. Grant, in hindsight, I don't think they win the Super Bowl, but still, maybe they win a playoff game or two.
They won a lot of close games that year. They were a fun team to watch that season.
Yeah, and that's why,
Derek
like,
Carr,
every time
Latavius Murray, Michael Crabtree, Amari Cooper, Khalil Mack.
No, it was fun. And Khalil Mack was another guy I was like, man, he'd be cool for like this honorable mention, but
Clyde Wolford.
The offensive line, my God, dude. But
they had a
Kalichi Osemele, fucking Rodney Hudson, Donald Penn, Gabe Jackson, Austin Howard.
Yep.
But
what? Like Pat McAfee?
What? Austin Howard? What?
Yeah. Real quick, I do want to say, because I want to address my uncle's comment, because he said wow, and if there's one line that I think he's referring to, I think it's you use like the metaphor that a lot of people use, where it's like you never forget about that first girlfriend, and I think it's hitting close to home because shout out to my little cousin Gabriel. He had his first date today, so
Sheesh.
my little cousin. That probably my uncle's like, wow, are they talking to me?
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess point being, like, Derek Carr in my head, at least for until a certain point, was that first franchise quarterback, and
Yeah.
I don't think I'll ever forget that. And I'll never forget what could have been in the back of my head.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, like, I'm comfortable with how things went. I'm not mad about it. I wanted things to end, you know. It again, in the same breath of, like, Debo and Ayuk, just accept the deal sooner so you can get a better deal sooner. That was me with Derek Carr of, like, we got to cut bait here so we can get a better quarterback sooner, you know? And
Mhm.
here we are now with Aiden O'Connell and Minshew, just to bring it all back to current day. And maybe next year they get the guy. Maybe it's the following year. But if they still had Derek Carr right now, for all we know, it's like whoever the coach is, I'm telling you right now, Antonio Pierce would be like, yeah, that's our franchise quarterback. He's a fucking Raider. You know what I mean? Do you
Yeah.
really think Antonio Pierce is going to come in and be like, I'm going to fuck over Derek Carr? No, you needed a Josh McDaniels to do that. Not that Josh McDaniels is the hero we needed or something, but just it had to be done because Derek Carr is not going to be that guy that transcends and gets us a Super Bowl win. Unfortunately, we have to find that guy. Anyways.
Mhm. Yeah, so Fossey says before Carr, Raiders had a quarterback carousel, and now who knows? Who knows when the Raiders will get another respectable quarterback? And so that's the big question is, when it'll happen, because like Mike alluded to earlier, we talked about, the Raiders refuse to take their medicine all the time. When there's an opportunity to get a quarterback, they will do just enough to miss the playoffs, but just enough to get outside of quarterback range in the draft. And so they've been in this like cycle of just like, oh, we can't take a guy. And then like when they are in prime position, like, all right, Derek Carr was the guy. You know what I mean? Like they made the choice. Like who were the quarterbacks taken in the draft that you guys took?
Derek
No,
Carr.
not Derek Carr. What's his name? Defensive tackle. He played for the Niners last year. Cleveland Farrell.
Oh.
Were there any quarterbacks in that draft?
Sorry.
Was Josh Allen in that draft?
I know the defensive end Josh Allen was. I don't know if the quarterback was.
Hold on.
That would be
What year?
the 2019 draft.
Oh, so you know what? That was probably the year before, huh?
Mm.
Josh Allen was probably drafted the year before that.
Kyler Murray was in that draft with Cleveland Farrell, and he was picked first. I don't think another quarterback.
There was no other quarterback. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like.
But I get your point.
Things have to line up perfectly, in terms of your situation with your current guy, when you have the prime draft position, and the Niners just said, screw all that, we'll take Mr. Irrelevant and turn him into the highest paid quarterback next year.
Yeah. And, okay, 2 main points, and then we'll see. We'll probably move to the next topic. But
yeah,
first with this, before Carr, Raiders had a QB carousel, and now who knows? That is the fear now of like, but the necessary fear of like, with Carr, it's never gonna be, hey, we're a Super Bowl contender, unfortunately. But in getting rid of Carr, we are taking that medicine of putting ourselves in the scenario of Aiden O'Connell might not develop, and this very well might be the very beginning stages. Like last year would be year one of the next great Raiders QB carousel, and God knows how long it's going to last. That's scary because that's what I wanted to get out of when we got Derek Carr, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, unfortunately, it has to happen until you find the right guy, and the only way to do it is to get new guys. So.
I think a quarterback carousel is better than being married to
the wrong one.
Like, let's just say you're tied to like a huge contract. Like right now the Dolphins are about to make that
Giants.
mistake. The Giants are the perfect example. They are
Yep.
not going to go anywhere with Daniel Jones.
Yep.
They will never go anywhere with Daniel Jones, and they gave him a fat contract. And I think they would rather be playing the quarterback carousel and being able to move off a guy here, move off a guy there, than to be stuck. They're stuck.
Yep. And then just a question, or answer the question at hand of like, would I forget about Carr? I already said, but no. But if Aiden O'Connell became this Super Bowl contending quarterback in like the next year, and he just turns into like young Brady, which he's not going to fucking do, but let's just say, right? I wouldn't forget about Carr, but I would definitely prefer O'Connell, obviously,
Like the same thing kind of happened. Like the Niners were in a really bad spot before Jimmy Garoppolo came in and started winning games, and then after that it spawned this new wave of, this new era of 49er football that this team could actually win. And then, he took us to the Super Bowl in 2019. And then now just watching Brock Purdy is so much better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And, Jimmy Garoppolo, I think, has kind of shown that he was never necessarily that great. Like, I thought he was pretty good in 2017. 2019, I thought he was pretty good. In retrospect, it's like, yeah, he was kind of a product of the system. But I think Purdy has shown that if Purdy is not like an elite quarterback, he is at least a good amount better than Garoppolo. I think there's there's a pretty sizable gap between the two. And then just to address this comment before we move on to our final topic of the night, Fossey says trade for Fields. I think that ship has sailed. I think it's too late. They could have done it when he was on the Bears, but they didn't. And then, I mean, I don't even think Fields is the answer.
Yeah, it seems like he likely won't be for anybody. Granted, I think he could have been interesting. Like when the offseason was coming, this was something I thought of like 2 days ago when we decided to do this pod tonight. Like I was thinking back to like the beginning of the offseason and Justin Fields, like where is Justin Fields going to go? That was the most interesting thing. And like since then it's been like all these different things happening. It's like, man, it's crazy. But obviously right now he's with Pittsburgh and I think Pittsburgh wants to see what he has, but if he doesn't have it, he could be a cheap backup option in the offseason when he's a free agent. Maybe. It's another quarterback to add to the list of guys out there, but I wouldn't feel good from what I've seen of him if he were the guy next year. I feel like I'd probably rather just keep it going with O'Connell and try to develop him more,
Mm-hmm. So Fields is rep for rep with Russ now after today. So this would tell me something. Well, this would tell me there's a greater chance if he is rep for rep with Russ, there's a greater chance he's just not going to go to the Raiders. Also, from my understanding, I think it's clearly Russ's team, and Fields is like, if anything, going to be a change of pace, or like, if Wilson loses the job. But we'll see how that goes. Yeah. On to our final topic of the day. The Bay Area sports Mount Rushmore. This, I feel like, is a much greater question than the 49ers Mount Rushmore and the Raiders Mount Rushmore. I feel like this is super hard because you don't just have to account for one team, right? You're accounting for 6 professional sports teams, and putting it into one list of 4 players.
4 players. Right? Yeah.
Yep. So All right. Who do you want to start off, or you want me to start off?
I'll go first. I feel like you went first on the last two, right? Maybe I went first on the Niners.
You can start off. You can start off.
Okay. My number one was the first guy that I felt was just too obvious. It's Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice is also on mine. So
yeah, all-time legend. Like, I mean, the GOAT at wide receiver, but also played for not only San Francisco, but then played for Oakland and even helped take them to a Super Bowl. They didn't win it, unfortunately, but all the Super Bowls he won in San Francisco, goes to Oakland for like 3 or 4 years and gets them to a Super Bowl too. It's like, that's all time.
Yeah. So Jerry Rice is definitely on mine. I'm going to go ahead and also bunch in. I'm putting Joe Montana on the Bay Area Mount Rushmore. Two 49ers are on this Bay Area Mount Rushmore. And that's just the greatness. You know, you win 4 Super Bowls as a quarterback, you know? Like, I know that's crazy to think about that. All right, we're already halfway through, or at least I'm halfway through my thing, and I didn't touch any other team but the 49ers. But that to me is just how big of a deal, you know?
Yeah. How many Super Bowls did he win?
Joe?
Yeah.
He won 4. He went to 4 and won 4.
Yeah, that is good. That is good.
Took down Dan Marino, you know, took down the Bengals twice. Yeah.
Yeah. I know before Brady he was considered the GOAT, so I definitely don't blame you for that at all. I think I guess I was trying to keep my list as diverse, for lack of a better term, as far as the different sports go.
Yeah.
You know, as possible. So I don't have Joe Montana. I felt like Jerry Rice kind of covered football for me.
I can understand that. Oh man, that's tough. Could be all right because I can't.
I don't think either of us is wrong.
I can't pick between Joe and Jerry.
Yeah.
You know, Pia's dad would kill me if I picked Jerry over Joe. But yeah, I just think both of their greatness is too great to ignore, so they both belong.
Yeah. So then that was your number 2.
Yep.
Because we both had number 1. Okay.
Yep.
So then I'll go with number 2 for me, which is Steph Curry.
Okay. Steph Curry is on my list, so there goes 3. I mean, you can't honestly
at this point you can't not have him.
You can't not have him. And part of me, all right, I think he's definitively on there, but part of me is wondering if Steph Curry might be the single, you know, like if you were to rank these guys, Steph Curry might be at the top of the food chain for the Bay Area because he is not just won a championship, you know, for one city in the Bay Area. You know, they're the Golden State Warriors, so they account for the entire Bay Area, but he's done it in 2 different cities. You know, he did it in Oakland and in San Francisco. That is impressive. No other athlete, I think, has done that.
Yeah. I hadn't even
correlated. At least not for the same organization.
Yeah, right. I didn't even correlate that, you know, they won in San Francisco as well. I just was like, you know, the Warriors and the Sharks, and if you want to include the San Jose Earthquakes, are like the 3 teams that are genuinely the Bay Area teams, whereas like the Niners and Raiders competed, A's and Giants competed for Bay Area fans, right?
Yep.
Which city are you loyal to, or which team are you loyal to? Yeah, so okay. So Curry's your number 3. He's my number 2 behind Jerry Rice. So then I guess I'll give my number 3.
Yeah. Give your number 3 because so we can even.
I think this is your number 4. Maybe it's not. Oh, I should save him for last.
Yeah, save him for last. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Is he your number 4?
Probably.
Okay, so you had somebody else, but now you're like, fuck, I have to put him.
No. I have my set 4.
Okay.
But I think
Okay.
we're thinking the same thing. So maybe
Yes.
we'll save him for last.
Okay. Okay, then my number 3. Technically, I would say this is in no particular order, but my number 3 is Patrick Marleau of the San Jose Sharks.
Okay. Yeah, I thought of him for an honorable mention.
Yep. And I guess just to go into him just for a moment, here we go. So sorry. What the hell? I just lost everything. Why? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Oh, records. Thank you. Patrick Marleau of the San Jose Sharks, as far as records goes in not only the Sharks but NHL history, he played the most NHL regular season games like ever. 1,779 games. The San Jose Sharks all-time leader in goals, 518, all-time leader in power play goals, shorthanded goals, game-winning goals, all-time for the Sharks. All-time Sharks leader in points, all-time leader in shots, games played, obviously, for the Sharks, consecutive games played for the Sharks. Let's see, became the fastest San Jose Shark to 10 goals in franchise history, 6 games. Okay, became the youngest player in NHL history to reach the 1,000 game mark with one team. Became the first San Jose Shark to score 4 goals in a single period. Jesus. Damn. Became the first and only San Jose Shark to score 500 goals with the team. And became the third youngest player to 1,000 career NHL games, behind 2 other guys whose names I'm not going to pronounce. But the main reason I have him is because he truly is the Sharks' greatest player. I'd say in a similar way to Steph Curry, except unfortunately, minus the championships. But he's also an all-time NHL player, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, I think a player like him is rare. So, and again, in my list, I was trying to be fair to like the sports and teams, and I didn't want to like overdo it with one sport or 2 sports or something.
He's an honorable mention for me. When I think of Patrick Marleau, I mean, not Patrick Marleau. Who'd you say, Joe Pavelski?
No, I said Patrick Marleau.
Oh, Patrick Marleau. When I think of Patrick Marleau, I think of Joe Pavelski, and I think of Joe Thornton, right?
Yep.
I hope I'm getting the first names right. I know the last names for sure, but
yeah.
I think of those 2 guys. Are those guys honorable mentions for you, or because I don't watch hockey that much, but I definitely know those names,
Yeah, Joe Thornton was absolutely an honorable mention for me. He's right up there with Patrick Marleau. The only difference for me is that Thornton, the 2 different Joes. Thornton was drafted by a different team, whereas Marleau spent practically his entire career with the Sharks and like broke records with the Sharks, which Thornton did too. But, I just think like if you had to ask any Sharks fan, like, hey, who is the greatest Shark of all time? It's Patrick Marleau.
Okay. It was Joe Thornton, the one with the beard, the blonde guy with the beard?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And so I think maybe you and I both agree that the final guy on the list is Willie Mays.
Yes.
And, I think Willie Mays was so far behind my time, that like I could not watch him, play. There's not a lot of Willie Mays playing memories that I have. You know, it just, I wasn't fortunate enough to be alive then, but that's not to say that Willie Mays didn't touch the lives of Giants fans, you know, everywhere. Because growing up, I always heard about Willie Mays.
Mm.
You know, when I went to the library in elementary school, you know, there was books about Willie Mays, and like, you know, just learning about him. And then, you know, my initial thought was, Willie Mays, is that the guy who sells the OxyClean? You know, that's Billy Mays,
Billy
right?
Mays. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, so that's one of my earliest memories. But then finding out, like, you know, the over the head catch and like the whole mystique of the say hey kid, you know, because he couldn't remember, you know, people's names, so he would say hey kid, right? But you know, his statue is right, like literally right in the main plaza of the Giants stadium. Willie Mays was always involved with the Giants. I remember in their peak years, you know, he was still there. I remember when they celebrated his 80th birthday, you know, at the Giants stadium. You know, Willie always seemed to have a good heart, and you know, I just a couple weeks ago, you know, he unfortunately passed away. And you know, I was just listening to KNBR. No, not KNBR. 95.7 The Game, and like so many people were calling in, you know, and like actually crying, you know.
Yeah.
And like so many people, like Willie Mays touched the lives of so many people. And he came around the time that Jackie Robinson came into the MLB. So, you know, Willie Mays spent time in, like, you know, the Negro leagues, and you know, he had to adjust to like the like going from a league, you know, that's all African American, and then like, you know, Jackie Robinson mainly gets credited with breaking the color barrier, but you know, Willie Mays like was also right there during that time, and you know, went and played in the MLB, and he was one of the greatest. He was 24-time All-Star, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna read it.
Yeah. Recap his stats. You have it right in front of you.
Yeah. And bear in mind, you just saying that of like him starting his career in the Negro League, it's even more insane to me. Okay. I had it somewhere of like what age he started playing like in the MLB. So he spent, it looks like, 3 years in the league with the Birmingham Black Barons, and then came to the MLB in 1951 for the New York Giants. But 24-time All-Star. And bear in mind, I never knew that. I never knew that he was a 24-time All-Star. I had never heard of something like that. And apparently that's like maybe the second most in MLB history, but like,
who was the first? Like Mickey Mantle?
Maybe, or like maybe I doubt it was a pitcher. Maybe it was, who knows? Maybe Babe Ruth. Yeah, honestly, that'd be great to find out. But, and I could be wrong there. I could be wrong. But when I saw that, like, I always heard like just great things about, you know, Willie Mays. And you almost got me to say Billy Mays right there. I just needed to know.
Oh, Hank Aaron.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, when I saw his stats the day that he passed away, because again, like as an A's fan, and really like now just kind of like a MLB just meh person, you know, I was just astounded. And honestly, this might sound weird in some sort of way, but like Willie Mays, when he passed away, and I like looked at his stats and like read some things about him, it made me want to watch baseball. If that makes sense.
You know, hold on. Fosse's saying 24 is the most. and then never mind, LOL. I'm looking it up, and then so let me show you. This is baseballreference.com. This is what I'm looking at. So this is like my source, but it's kind of a little bit confusing where seasons on roster, this most on all-star roster, there's 21 for Hank Aaron, there's 20 for Willie Mays, but like I'm looking at this number, right?
Maybe
And
season on roster means like whether or not they actually played in the game, in the All-Star game, you know?
Maybe, but you know, one thing I'm thinking is like I know the MLB also integrated the stats for the Negro Leagues. You know what I mean? So I wonder if that was added to it.
Maybe.
And it makes sense why they combine the stats, because it's like it's not like Willie Mays was just choosing to play in that league over the MLB. Like, you know, it wasn't a choice for him. So like, you know, he still played good ball at that time against like the top competition.
Yeah.
It was just like, you know, there was no way for the leagues to be integrated. So if you're going to, like, the MLB was essentially a white only league, it only makes sense to just, you know, cross the history, right?
Yeah. Okay, so his stats: 24-time All-Star, World Series champion, only once in 1954.
Only once. Yep.
Only once, which that's like similar to like Tim Brown for me. Not to compare, but just great Hall of Fame player, maybe not on the best teams, you know, sort of thing. But okay, two-time NL MVP, National League MVP, National League Rookie of the Year. This is the other stat that I was just like, what? 12-time Gold Glove Award winner. Dude.
And the Gold Glove wasn't even made until
after like 5-7 years into his career.
Yep.
That's insane.
So he probably would have won more.
He definitely would have won more. National League batting champion, 1954.
He has over 600 home runs.
Yes. 4-time National League home run leader, 4-time National League stolen base leader. This one's crazy. I never knew. Hit 4 home runs in one game on April 30th of 1961. Imagine going to a game and seeing a dude go out there and crush it 4 times, like bats 4 times, hits it 4 times out of the park. Yep. I would. Oh my god, dude!
Not only that.
Yeah.
So all those stats would have been also improved upon. I think Willie he must have lost 1 or 2 years of his prime serving our country.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He served our country during 2 years of his prime.
Yeah, that's wild.
And then he migrated over here to the West Coast when the Giants moved over. You know, so he was a part of that transition of you know, the New York Giants coming over here, and you know, God knows how Giants baseball is, you know, affected the West Coast. Like growing up, dude, like I didn't even really care about football. I cared about baseball first.
Yeah.
Like I almost should have just wore my Giants hat today. I mean, I love the Niners too. You know, like as of right now, I have more love for the Niners, and I'm focusing more on the Niners. But like, dude, my childhood was like Giants baseball, and like I would watch every game. And like, you know, right now they've just been kind of hard to watch, and it's also like physically kind of hard to watch. I'm going to the game next Wednesday, but it's kind of like physically hard to watch because I don't have cable right now. It's like I don't want to pirate it, you know. But yeah, dude, like just hearing how much like Willie Mays meant to like my dad and like every Giants fan, and like Fossey says, "Love my Giants, but we suck." Yeah, my brother doesn't want to admit it. I'm always like, "Yeah, it's hard to watch." He's like, "No, they have a fun team to watch this year." And but dude, I don't know, man. I wish there was more that I could say about Willie Mays, but really the most that I can say is just me knowing the impact on the impact that he's had on baseball fans, Giants fans, people very close to me. And I'll say this. I don't know if Lowell Cone, still feels this way, but I was watching Grant and his dad. This was like months ago or maybe years ago. But Lowell Cone, who covered both the Niners and the Giants, said that he believes that Willie Mays was better at baseball than Jerry Rice was at football. That's insane. Not saying that's an insane thing to say, but that's an insane concept to think about. Not an insane idea, but just like that can be an opinion. Not saying he's wrong. Not saying he's wrong, but just like it's crazy to think about.
The stats almost probably suggest that that's true. Like,
I mean, Jerry's stats are crazy too, but like
Jerry's stats are nuts. But like, I would say baseball is a little harder to get stats in than wide receiver, if that makes sense.
And that's another thing too. So the lack of World Series championships, like, he has one. He at least has one, right? Baseball is so much harder to win. Like, you can be a great player in baseball and like just, it could just not be, you can get cold at the wrong time. In football, like, all right, Patrick Mahomes is doing great and he has a direct impact on whether or not his team wins the Super Bowl because the quarterback is the most important position. Yeah. If you're a pitcher in baseball, you only get to pitch once every 5 days, or like if you're a reliever, you only get to, pitch whenever they put you in the game. Right.
Yeah.
Oh man. I just know you can be like Mike Trout. Mike Trout has probably been one of the best players in baseball. The Angels have sucked. Ohtani and Mike Trout were on the same team, and that team never made the playoffs. You know what I mean? We both know that those are two of the best players. It just, unfortunately, that's not to say that the Giants didn't have other legends at the time that were also great. Willie McCovey is also, he's also an honorable mention on the Mount Rushmore. Orlando Cepeda, is a honorable mention. He's got the other statue at the Giants Stadium. Real quick, I want to get to Fossey's comment right here. At first, it's hard to believe if you think about it. It tracks. Also, huge fan of Lowell, so I'll take it. Yeah, no, I'm a very huge fan of Lowell Cone. I think he's. Yeah, I love the shows that he does with Grant every Tuesday. And since you're new to the channel, we've actually gone live with Grant before. So episode 7, if you want to go back and check that out. I brought the roof down of my internet infrastructure, but let's go back to, I think I've said everything that, I want to say about like the 4 that I've chosen, I'll say one last thing, I just hope that Willie Mays is, resting in peace. And, I appreciate everything that he's done, setting the pavement for the players that are to come, that some are on this Mount Rushmore, or at least one.
Yep. Yeah. Like you said, rest in peace. To Willie Mays. Also,
I can't stand the MLB Hall of Fame like voting process because like the NFL they have it really cool where it's like 7 guys get in every year, no matter
Yeah.
what. You know, the MLB it's like every 5 years you might get 2, maybe, probably not. It's weird. Here's the other thing.
I think
Okay,
the NFL's is weird.
in the sense that it's like too many.
No, yes. I think it shouldn't be 7 set in stone every year. I
Hmm.
think it should be when the players are available, they get voted on. If they get in, they get in. If
Yeah.
not, because you have guys that just wait so long to get in. And like, you know what I mean?
So if
Some people pass
bracket,
away before they're ever voted in.
yes, which I hate.
And then it's
You're
like,
saying it's if you're 45 years old, you're finally up, probably 40 or like 35 even for some guys, and you're finally up for like being a first ballot, and you don't get it, and it's like, oh shit. Maybe you have like up to 5 ballots, 5 years, right, for the chance to get in. After that 5th one, you're saying like it should end.
no, I'm saying, why have it be 7 every year? Why not just, all right, if you are Hall of Fame worthy, you just get voted in as soon as you're available, as soon as you just get enough votes.
Right.
Not like, oh, I have to pick the 7 best. You know what I
Right.
mean? Because then if you have 7 every year, some Hall of Fame classes are not as good as others, and it's like diluting the Hall of Fame.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because like, what if the 7 best players are at 1/10 as good as all the rest of the players in the Hall of Fame, but you have to vote in 7?
Yeah.
Can they vote in less than 7? Is it just that the max is 7? Or,
I don't know.
because
And
the Hall of Fame to me is the cream of the crop. Like, I'm not saying that some players shouldn't be deserved to get in, but I feel like you have to do some very important things, like have to have some crazy accolades in order to get in.
yeah. No, I agree with all that. But my whole point on the MLB Hall of Fame, they rarely let people in, 1, but 2, this is showing the percentage for the first ballot as far as like the votes that Willie Mays got. What percentage do you think he got?
100%.
Versus, and right, and that's what it should be. He got 94.7. Who the fuck is the 5.3% that voted no? I want your names, and I want you fucking out of there because you're dumb.
Skip Bayless. No.
Who knows, dude? But like, how do you like?
Willie Mays
It's
only has
weird.
1 ring. He walks away from. No, I'm just. No.
That's just weird to me. Maybe it's some weird old like 90-year-old racist. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that should be 100%. But like, yeah, and then I personally, what I don't like about what baseball does, I don't like that baseball closes the window to make the Hall of Fame. Like Barry Bonds just did not get in, so you will never vote for him ever again. He will never make it to the Hall of Fame. I think that's stupid. That's wrong. Because I mean, like a lot of people, I'm confident made the Hall of Fame, during the steroid era of baseball, and they just
Imagine.
like went
Mhm.
like unchecked slash they never got caught cheating, and they did.
That, and also imagine in 50 years from now when the MLB is like on its last thread of like fandom. Not that this is a for sure thing for me or something, but just in a apocalyptic MLB world, just people aren't watching baseball anymore. And it's the people in charge of the MLB like, we gotta get people to watch again. What are we gonna do? let's fucking pump him up with steroids, guys. And then what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you're gonna look back at Barry Bonds and be like, "Hey, we should have let him in." You know, he still swung the bat. That's my opinion. He still had to swing the bat. Sorry.
Yep. Like, it would be one thing if nobody else in the Hall of Fame ever cheated, but I'm confident that people in the Hall of Fame did cheat. And there have been so many people in baseball history who have cheated and did not even accomplish a fraction of the things that Barry did. And then I've heard people say Barry Bonds had a Hall of Fame career before he ever took steroids. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to separate Barry Bonds into two different careers, pre-steroids, post-steroids, both, like, even pre-steroids should have been in. And then I feel like it's such a controversial topic that, like, so many people push for it, that if so many people do push for it, they almost should just, like, reopen his window. But also, like, so many people are so adamant that he's in. You want to know the real reason why Barry Bonds is not in the Hall of Fame? I've heard that he has been nothing but an asshole to, like, fans and media. Like media personnel. Like, he was one of the most difficult athletes to work with. And this is all this is all what I've heard. This isn't fact. I'm not reporting Barry Bonds did this. Like, this is so allegedly Barry Bonds is difficult, and allegedly Barry Bonds would charge, like, for his autograph, right? I wasn't there. I can't confirm nor deny with my own two eyes, but this is stuff that I've heard from many different people. So, I just that's probably the main reason why, because you get voted on by the media.
Yep.
And it's like they're not going to the one reason why you're not voted in is because of steroids. They're using that as the one reason why they're not putting you in.
Yeah.
That's the justification they're using.
Yeah. And I'll say this, and then we'll get on to maybe our honorable mentions and then get out of here.
Yeah.
But the one thing I didn't get to say about Willie Mays that I meant to was, like, it's the exact opposite for him, as far as being a good person. Like, Willie Mays seemed like, one of the best people, and for a guy who's, like, larger than life, it just seems rare,
Yep.
So.
Yeah, Fosse's list is Curry, Mays, Rice, Tim Brown, in that order. Mays and Curry could be interchangeable, but Curry, just because he changed the game globally at all levels. Yeah, I'm not, like, I think we've witnessed already the impact of Steph Curry, and, like, the Warriors went from being, Joe Lacob bought the Warriors at, like, what, $250 million, and they're now the most expensive NBA team, or, like, the most, like, top 2 or top 3, like,
value
in value NBA teams.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah.
What an investment.
Yeah. Yeah, if only. If only I could.
What?
Like, afford that and make that kind of investment and return.
Oh,
like,
man, you'd buy the Raiders the next day.
Oh, imagine turning, like, $50,000 into, like, what, $50 million? It's probably more dramatic than that. But imagine. That's got to be, like, one of the greatest feelings ever. God.
Yeah.
All right, let's do our honorable mentions.
My honorable mention number 1.
Yep.
Buster Posey.
Oh.
Buster Posey,
Great.
the catcher for the 3-time World Series champion San Francisco Giants.
I'm adding him to my list. That's great. That is
Yep.
great. I'm gonna put him here. Okay.
He caught a couple no-hitters. Well, he caught a no-hitter and a perfect game. Him being called up was like one of the main reasons why that dynasty got sparked. So 3 rings, hey, you can't argue with that. And however many times he won Gold Glove and was an All-Star, NL MVP, he has pretty much every single accolade. He has Rookie of the Year. He's got the MVP. He's got a freaking gold medal in baseball. He's caught a perfect game. He's caught a no-hitter. Like, yeah, no, Buster Posey, definitely. How about you, Mike? Honorable mention.
My top honorable mention that because I was trying to be like even with the sports and the teams of the Bay Area, I think Willie Mays for me knocked out Ricky Henderson.
Ricky Henderson was one. I almost said Ricky Henderson first before Buster Posey, but
yeah.
Yeah, Ricky Henderson is an amazing choice. Every time Ricky Henderson got on base, it was pretty much a triple. He'd be at third by the time the pitcher would get the ball back.
That's crazy. And then I'll just throw in Joe Montana and Steve Young, in part because you already said Joe Montana for yours, but also Steve Young right there with him.
I think Steve Young is low on the Bay Area list. But I think Joe Montana and Jerry Rice are so high on the Bay Area list that they made the cut.
Yep.
Because, like, all right, here's a common theme with the players that I chose. Joe Montana, 4 rings. Jerry Rice, 3 rings. And then what's his face?
Willie Mays.
Willie Mays has 1. Steph Curry has 4.
Yes, yes. But Willie Mays, his statistics are insane.
Baseball is just hard to win championships, and like I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it right now. I couldn't swap out Willie Mays with Buster Posey. I just couldn't.
Yeah.
But if I did, like everybody on that baseline would have 3 rings.
Yep. That is a good one.
Yeah.
All right, who else do you have?
Honorable mentions. So I already said Ricky. So Barry Bonds.
Yeah. I forgot to put him, but he is on there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's weird? What you just said about like having the championships and stuff. Like I have Jerry Rice, Steph Curry, Willie Mays. Like I feel confident about those 3. There's 2 Raiders that I have as honorable mentions. It's Charles Woodson and Cliff Branch. And Charles Woodson's in part because he came back. And then like when he came back, it was all like the Oakland and all that. Like he was very much about Oakland, And Cliff Branch, obviously he won 3 Super Bowls with the Raiders, 2 of them being in Oakland. But, he was a part of like a lot of that. Like there's a part of me that's like, man, he should damn near be my 4th. But at that point, I'd probably put Ricky Henderson above him. Like I feel like he definitely like encapsulates the Bay Area better than Cliff Branch does. And honestly, I like Patrick Marleau as my 4th. So I'm keeping
Patrick Marleau never won a ring.
That's where I was kind of going at right there. But that hockey's the same as baseball in the sense like it's hard to win a championship, a Stanley Cup in hockey. That is hard.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just go through the rest of mine, I guess. So Ricky Henderson, Joe Montana, Steve Young, Buster Posey, Barry Bonds, Charles Woodson, Cliff Branch, Joe Thornton, we mentioned, San Jose Sharks. I got Klay Thompson on here.
Yeah, Klay Thompson.
And
Wilt
then
Chamberlain.
oh, wow, yeah. That's There's probably others
Chris Mullin.
that I'm. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm sure there's a lot more that I'm forgetting, but the last one that I'm going to put is from the San Jose Earthquakes. It's Chris Wondolowski, and I just want to read off from the Major League Soccer MLS.
Yep.
Right. He was MLS's top scorer in the 2010 and 2012 seasons, also being named the 2012 Most Valuable Player. He was one of the top strikers during his time playing in the Major League Soccer. With 171 goals in the MLS, he is the highest scorer in the competition's history, as well as the only player in league history to score 150 or more regular season goals. He's the highest ever scoring Major League Soccer player.
Mm.
I think his stats, Patrick Marleau's stats, are the two that, like, when I read them, I was like, holy shit, right there with, I'd say like a Ricky Henderson of like top steals in the league. Patrick Marleau, most games played, period, and then Chris Wondolowski, highest scorer ever in that league. Like, those are pretty impressive. And Wondolowski is native of Concord. Let me confirm that. Shit. No, Danville. It was Danville. He was born in Danville. So he's like from the Bay Area too, which I was trying to find somebody that was from the Bay. I don't know if anybody else from this list is from the Bay. Like, the best I could think of is like Marshawn Lynch, or, you have like Tom Brady, or which obviously he didn't play in the Bay Area, and then also like Bill Russell. I want to say I think he grew up in Oakland, but he played for the Celtics, so.
But more honorable mentions, like you said, Klay Thompson. I mentioned Willie McCovey earlier. So Will Clark is another honorable mention.
You said Dwight Clark earlier too.
Yeah, Dwight Clark. Ronnie Lott is definitely an honorable mention.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Tim Lincecum.
Tim Lincecum's good.
I think Lincecum, not necessarily from an achievement standpoint, but like how loved
Just as
he
a
is by
legend.
the fans.
Yeah.
I think Tim Lincecum might arguably he might even be more loved than Buster Posey by Giants fans. I'd say it's pretty close between the two. I personally, Lincecum was my favorite player.
Yeah, Lincecum was crazy.
It's hard to put Lincecum above Posey because Lincecum's downfall came like during the like his peak
run.
was right before the run, and like kind of at the beginning of the run, and then like he was very important for the second championship coming out of the bullpen, but like by the third championship he wasn't really that good. But like he was just so unique, and like it was like a whole thing, like let Timmy smoke, back then, or like people would wear shirts of like Lincecum with like fucking weed. It was a huge thing.
Yeah. No, I do remember that.
Madison Bumgarner,
I was
because
gonna ask.
honestly,
Yeah.
Madison Bumgarner probably stayed the best, throughout all three World Series, and nothing comes close in playoff memory of any sport, in my opinion, than him coming out of the bullpen in Game 7.
Yeah.
That gives me chills.
Yeah, I think someday, if baseball is still cool, which it probably will be, I'll be in my 70s and I'll have a grandson. He'll ask me like, what was like the craziest playoff, performance you've ever seen? There's a high likelihood that I'm going to say Madison Bumgarner.
Period.
Madison Bumgarner and Steph Curry game 4 in Boston are definitely up there for like craziest playoff moments that I've seen, like especially for Bay Area sports. But like that's dude, Bumgarner, going out to the mound, game 7, that was insane. That was, and then like he got into trouble at the end because a horrible play. I want to say it was either Gregor Blanco or another outfielder completely misjudged a fly ball, and it went past them and rolled all the way to the wall. And then Salvador Perez, the all-star catcher, was up, and the tying run was at third, and a home run would have sent the Kansas City Royals home with a ring. And Salvador Perez tries to knock it out of the park, hits a pop-up, game over. World Series over. So, and then that Bumgarner, I think the previous game had just pitched a complete game shutout.
Yep.
Or like a complete game. And then oh my God. That, you would never see that in baseball today.
No.
Or at least you don't see it in baseball today. I'm not saying you would never see it, but like, that's why I love that baseball, because it was like players playing a game instead of like, oh, the computer says that, it's stupid to have Bumgarner out here. Or the computer says that actually blah, blah, blah gives us a better chance. Finishing out the honorable mentions, Matt Cain is another honorable mention. He was very good. And I'll leave it to those 3 pitchers for the Giants, because there were a lot of great pitchers on those Giants teams. I guess like, all right, Barry Zito was like the worst, clearly like a couple steps below those players, but it was just cool that he played for both the Giants and the A's.
He was, yes, for the A's for sure. He's worth being on this list.
Yeah, his best ball was on the A's, but his World Series were on the Giants.
You could throw in Eckersley, Catfish Hunter.
Yeah, Raleigh Fingers.
Vita Blue.
Oh, Vita Blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good pick. Unrelated. This guy's not on the list, but I just fucking thought of Cespedes again. He's not on the list, but like what could have been.
Yeah. You know what? Honorable mention Colton Miller. Absolute steal at 15.
Oh my God. Honorable mention. At the end of the day, we're going to leave off some people that belong.
For sure.
Honestly, it's kind of cool that Bo Jackson played both baseball and football. That's pretty cool. But like, he played for the Los Angeles Chargers and he played for the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah. And I would say, not to say that I'm so sorry, I'm forgetting the viewer's, the commenter's name, who said,
Fosse,
Curry, yes.
Mays,
Willie
Rice,
Mays,
Tim Brown.
Yes. The only reason I disagree with Tim Brown is because like half of his career, if not more, was in LA. If it was full blown Oakland, I would absolutely have Tim Brown, and he probably wouldn't be number 4. No, he probably would be, but still, like, definitive number 4.
Are Draymond Green and Kevin Durant honorable mentions?
I think Draymond Green is.
I just don't know if I could ever put Draymond ahead of like all the other people that we've named. Because not like not.
Although his defensive player of the year season was nuts.
Yeah, like he's always been a great defensive player and he's been important to the Warriors championships, but I feel like in recent memory he's kind of done a little bit to like hurt the way we kind of remember him a little bit, because like right now it's just like, all right, he's getting suspended a lot, which, was happening too, but just like
now it's just becoming, it's like
we lost Kevin Durant partly because of him.
Yeah.
And then now it's like we lost Jordan Poole because of him and got nothing out of it. And not to say Jordan Poole was really that excellent. Like, he was a good scorer, but poor defender. But then, the Warriors chose to pay Draymond. And then so in as a domino effect, Klay Thompson is now gone.
Yeah.
Because they chose to pay Draymond.
Yeah.
So, Kevin Durant, I feel like those two finals were crazy out of him.
Yeah.
But
he was efficient.
He just didn't. He didn't play a lot. It was like 3 years for him.
Yeah.
That was it. Yeah, I think that's the show, Mike. If we think of any honorable mentions, we'll definitely text about it and, hopefully update the viewers if we ever get around to doing another. Maybe we'll do a Mount Rushmore of executives, or coaches.
Right, coaches, yeah. I was gonna say probably my last honorable mention would be Ken Stabler. I think he's a good one. Like, for
was
that
he
time
LA
period,
though?
he was Oakland all the way.
But
LA
he won
would
a
be
Super Bowl, right?
Plunkett. Yeah. Stabler won Super Bowl 76.
And that was in Oakland?
Yeah.
I thought all the Super Bowls were in LA.
No, LA was 82. So 76 and 80 were both in Oakland. So they have 2 in Oakland, 1 in LA, and they're going to get about 69 in Las Vegas.
Nice.
In
the next 1,000 years.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, would you be upset with that though? Out of 1,000 years to get 69 Super Bowls?
Well, the NFL has had 100 years.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, I'll do better math. The Raiders have been in existence in 65 years, and they have 3, right?
Okay, so 3 divided by 65 is, okay, the Raiders have won a Super Bowl 4.6% of the time.
Now do 69 out of 1,000? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
There's no way that it's better.
6.9% of the time.
Fuck, I'm an idiot. Oh. Well, there you go. I would be happier.
Well,
man.
Almost the same rate, just a slight improvement.
Yeah.
Hey, but the caveat is they'll win 69 in a row on the last 1,000 years. You'll be long gone.
They'll begin winning 69 in a row
after you.
When I'm 6 feet under. Yeah.
All right. It's been a hell of a show. It's very late. I don't know how you're gonna do it tomorrow, but I'm praying for you, brother.
10-hour shift.
Yeah, with
I'm good.
I would not want to be you tomorrow. I know what will get you through the day tomorrow. I'll give you, a Trump dance move. No.
Wow, now I'm not going to be able to sleep. Thanks.
Oh, man.
That's good. I was hoping to pull up an all-nighter.
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, we have time for that. Let's get to our next topic, Davante Adams. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the show, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. It was a hell of a show today. We grew by, 5 subscribers today? That's pretty good.
Like
5 subscribers over the course of one live stream. That's pretty damn good. So I want to give a quick shout out to Fossey. I want to give a shout out to my uncle who joined in. I want to give a shout out to Lecky, to D-Mokes, and Anthony, as always, for checking us out. Yeah, man. It was this show was fire, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
4.5 hours. Was this our longest one?
We'll have to find out, man. It might have been.
It might have been our longest one, but
I don't know
hey,
how we do it.
what a way what a way to come back. Everybody have a great night, and we'll catch you guys in the next episode, whenever that is. Stay tuned.
I have an idea. It'll probably be in.
No, I'm just
Dude, if you actually did that, that would have been fucking classic. Like, dude, I would have looked like an idiot, dude. I would have been like, I have an idea. We'll probably see you in. Oh my god. Okay. Just over 2 weeks when the Raiders and Niners play their first preseason games. And officially, we are now less than a week away from the first preseason game, the Hall of Fame game.
Okay, so maybe we'll see if we can't go live next week to preview. I mean, we don't really need to preview it. We went through a lot of stuff today.
Yeah,
you know,
we went through a lot.
It'll give us some stuff to talk about after.
Yeah, I'd say we'll let all the training camp kind of rumblings come in, and then when we react to the next preseason games, we can also talk about like, oh yeah, it sounds like this player's been doing good, and so forth. So, but yeah, I would say we'll aim for sometime that weekend or the Monday or something after the preseason games, week 1.
Yeah, but until then, everybody take care. It's been a great episode. Thank you for subscribing. If you haven't subscribed already, please consider doing so. It helps out the channel. It helps us grow. Please leave a comment. You know, we like to get to the comments, and leave a like. It helps with the algorithm. But until then, you know, take care. Have a good night.
Peace.